Ugh. Diesel hits $5 and suddenly everyone remembers off-road fuel exists. Cherry red, dyed, doesn't matter. At $5 a gallon, nobody's checking the color anymore. It's been there the whole time. People just forget until the pump receipt starts looking like a car payment. The line between I would never and actually that makes sense is exactly one price hike away. How bad does it have to get before you make the switch? Drop it in the comments. Follow for more moments where fuel prices.
I know people use cat litter to filter out the dye, and then they resell it and shit. Yo, what's going on, everybody?
And that brings us to the core problem, China's population collapse. We know decades of the one-child policy have left China aging fast, and then COVID casualties dealt in another blow. Now, the number of adults of childbearing age has plunged, birth rates have crashed, and kindergartens and daycare centers are closing nationwide. And this is reported by state media. I covered this as well, right? The collapse is showing up somewhere else. It's showing up somewhere that no one expected. Guess where? In healthcare. And according to Sina Finance, this is China's own media, Chinese hospitals, once overcrowded, are closing down in large numbers.
No, I'm not a fan of Marilyn Manson. He's kind of a dork-ass fag. Just seems like a whiny retard, and he's also, like, burnt out as fuck. Like, his brain does not work. He cannot follow a conversation at all. So, I mean, Amazing Atheist TJ is a big fan of him. Like, that should tell you enough. It's kind of just for lame-ass dorks. That's pretty cool. What game is that? What's the print on your shirt? It's a vegan Punisher, basically. I designed it, so rather than the Punisher skull, it's like a cow skull. I sell these on Teespring.
Numbers. The entire sector
Oh,
is
new
losing
Frank
money.
shorts? Oh, shit. Let me see. Let me think. It's something about his roof again? Or somebody stealing from him? Yeah, there we go. Roof and somebody stealing from him.
Makita drywall saw blade broke on the third cut, so we got to go buy some blades and finish cutting out the ceiling because that is fresh black mold all in the ceiling. That was from the end. The middle didn't look as bad. I didn't see any mold there or there. In the wall, no. Unfortunately, at the bottom on the baseboard, the very bottom is wet. So I think from an emergency perspective and what has to be done immediately, we have to cut out at least all the edges of the ceilings, do a few sample spots in different areas, see what else is wet, and definitely cut out the baseboard. So all the baseboards, all the edges of the ceilings, and maybe some spots in there too. But this is not looking good.
What a dumbass. Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
This is not the first family in our city to know this pain. Too many children have never grown up into becoming adults.
Calls for action on gun violence. Isn't this the same guy who literally wants to let all the criminals out of jail and then not even, like, he doesn't even want cops to show up when there's, like, domestic abuse? Like, this, like, I live in Canada. I know that these, like, dumbass liberal policies where, you know, soft on crime, criminals are victims too, like, all this whole fucking mentality just emboldens criminals and they just do more insane, unhinged shit. Gun violence in Canada is fucking doubled under the fucking liberal government. So, yeah, this fucktard, I can guarantee you, if he does anything he fucking promised during his campaign, you're going to see gun violence increase.
Too many parents have had to bury those that they love the most. We cannot accept this as normal in our city. We cannot grow numb to this pain. And today is a devastating reminder of just how much more...
Like, by the way, this is Brooklyn. I can guarantee you it's some fucking ratchet ass black dude who like had some fucking beef with black. Yeah. So it's some like ratchet ass black dude. New York police are asking the public to identify 2 people involved in the Wednesday shooting. Oh, so stray bullet. Okay, so yeah, it's like, nobody ever wants to fucking talk about this, that it's a lot of black and minority gangs that are just beefing with each other, and this is why this shit happens. A lot of this has a huge racial fucking component to it, and nobody ever wants to fucking address that, and then they just talk about this being like some kind of blanket issue with firearms. The issue isn't firearms. You don't see, like, fucking white people fucking beefing with each other and starting fucking gang wars. It's only, like, black and Hispanic, mostly. So, this isn't a gun problem. This is a problem with certain communities of fucking people.
More work there is to be done to combat gun violence across this city. I send my deepest condolences to all those carrying the weight of this enormous loss. As we grieve this loss, I am grateful for the NYPD's continued work to find all those responsible for this murder and to bring them to justice.
This idiot wants to let the criminals loose, so yeah, sure.
Worse. With that in mind, let me tell you what's going to be coming around the corner.
Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
TikTok keeps crashing when I try to stitch this, but it's basically a video of Santa Cruz defending Paul Saladino and saying, "Oh, it's okay, Paul, you look good," which is hilarious to me because this creep weirdo Saladino has a history of paying other men to call him handsome. I think the first time was on Mark Bell's Power podcast, and hearing Mark Bell call Paul Saladino handsome, I spit my drink out. I was laughing like a little girl, dude. And I think the reason that Paul moved to Costa Rica was because the cost of living is low enough that he can afford to pay a room full of men to call him handsome to boost.
I'm pretty sure this violates a court order where he's not to talk about Paul Saladino's sexuality.
His ego every day. And I'm laughing just imagining how this phone call between Paul and Santa Cruz went to get him to do this video.
Santa, they're making fun of me on TikTok. Santa, how much do you want to tell him I'm handsome? Santa, how much do you want? Okay, I'll wire it over right now. I'm not creepy like that guy Brian Johnson. I only have a few $1 billion. I don't have $100 billion. Whatever it takes, Santa, whatever it takes. Please, Santa, tell everyone I'm
I think he might actually be going insane. Like, I've been saying this for a while, but, like, this is weird, even for him. Why the fuck is he just out of nowhere complaining about people calling Paul Saladino good looking? Like, weird. Nigga, Donate Chillers, trailer for the new Godzilla movie. I like Godzilla. Let me see.
Call the Guinea Nation.
Oh.
We need Tiny. The world needs him. To stop what's coming. And this child. She's the only one he'll communicate with.
Ow. Ow.
No.
That's good. I like that. Thanks for that donation, nigga. When I was a kid, I always wanted to be Godzilla. Being like some massive monster that can just like knock down buildings would be pretty cool.
Most private hospitals are unprofitable, and nearly half of public hospitals are also in the red. This is according to the Chinese press. And in 2024, China recorded 312 million hospitalizations, a rate of 21.4%, much higher than in most developed nations. Yet, last year, over 1,200 hospital bankruptcy filings were recorded in 2024. It's for
You should watch this video, VG. It exposes the hypocrisy of so-called animal lovers, though it also has some points you disagree with.
Let me take a look.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to Boas
Gay.
Buffoonery. My name is Cole, this is Kvothe, and today we gotta talk to you about something. We gotta talk to you about something that has absolutely been driving me nuts, and I keep running into it, and I just need to get this off my chest. And that is, people who don't have real respect for animals need to stop calling themselves animal lovers. It actually is starting to tick me off. It has got to the point where I will interact with someone who claims to be an animal lover, and within about 10 minutes, they say something that just blows.
Let me guess. This guy isn't vegan and he feeds live mice to his fucking snake.
Blows my mind entirely. By far the most common interaction that I have in this sort of sphere of conversations is when I tell someone that I keep pet reptiles and they say that that's disgusting, that that's gross. We'll get into that a little bit later, but I think there's sort of two broad categories of individuals who claim to be animal lovers but absolutely don't truly love animals. And the first of those groups is the most obvious, and this group is especially obvious if you yourself either have a weird pet or have a passion for a sort of weird or creepy or unique animal that most people don't engage with on a day-to-day basis. And that is this sort of like species discrimination, where people say that they love animals, but they really just love like cats and dogs and probably like tigers because they'll never have to interact with them, and lions because they think they're cool and that they're still fluffy animals. Sometimes they might even love elephants. But as soon as you try to tell them about your special interest bat species that you've been doing research on for the past 10 years...
Yeah, this guy's just a hypocritical gay retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
total. We don't know how much of that is for private hospitals and how much for public hospitals. But the next statistics we have is the closure rate for private hospitals rose from 7.2% in 2023 to 20% in 2024. And then in 2025, the pace doubled. By mid-year, 1,247 private hospitals had already shut down. That's about 7 per day.
That's a lot.
It's unbelievable. And even the public hospitals weren't spared. I mean, they're just not giving us data on the public hospital closures. But we know that at least 10 across multiple provinces have been forced to merge. Some hospitals, like this one, oh yeah, this is a picture of showing how empty the hospitals, Chinese hospitals are. So this is a major hospital. It's called Luxinan Hospital. It was built with 2 billion yuan, and it was built to serve 50 million people across 3 provinces. It went bankrupt this year. leaving 1.26 billion yuan in debt and 600 unpaid employees. And across the country, medical staff are protesting unpaid wages. I'll just show you some of the examples. This one is in Jiangxi province, Shangyao-shi Fanyang-xian, the second hospital in Boyang Lake, closed after 8 months of salary delays. People weren't paid for 8 months, and then it folded. And then January 16th of this year, one of the top 100 hospitals in China, it's the Wuhan Maternity Hospital, suspended operations. This is due to the declined fertility rate. And then last October, Henan Xinxiang 第四人民医院. You see here, staff held banners reading, "We need to live," after 9 months without pay. Now, these are public hospitals. These are not private hospitals. And the root cause? Population loss. Just like kindergartens closed because there were fewer newborns and fewer children, hospitals are not closing because there are just fewer people.
Speaking of gun violence. Yes, blame cartel on America lol.
There's going to be some dumb white bitch Karen shit.
Talking about the cartel violence in Mexico, please remember that these guns likely came from the United States. You see, you can't buy these types of weapons as a civilian in Mexico.
Oh, right. Because if you can't buy a gun, how are you gonna get a gun? Right? So, I'm pretty sure was it Pakistan? You have gunsmiths that just make guns like literally in Karachi. Shit. I can't show that shit on stream. I just remembered. Oh my god, YouTube is so stupid. They have a stupid community guideline thing where you can't show somebody even holding a gun. Take my word for it. You can look it up. You can look at like Karachi firearm smith or gunsmith. You can literally make firearms with hand tools. There's people who do it in the United States too, just as a hobby, because it's legal to do that in the US. You do not need any original firearms parts to make a firearm. Especially these days with 3D printers, you don't even need any kind of special skills. Like, you don't need to take any courses or learn online or, study under somebody to make firearms. You can literally just download plans to make a gun and just print them. You can look up the FGC-9. It's a 3D printed firearm. It's literally a file, plus it's an instruction kit to just like build your own gun. They were using that in Myanmar, the FGC-9, when there was the military takeover. Civilians ended up using 3D printed firearms to just manufacture their own guns, including the FGC-9. They actually ended up building their own 3D printed firearms as well, not just using the FGC-9 so that they could fight the military, and they've been winning. The only reason the cartels are smuggling guns in from the United States is just because it's easier, just requires less effort. So hiring some jackass to just smuggle some guns across the border is just more efficient than just, building out your own firearms and shit. That's the only reason. So if the United States didn't exist, or they banned all guns and they magically disappeared or something, guess what? The cartels would still be just as well armed. And, my God, you can even look at, examples like Ireland. The IRA got access to full auto M16s, MAC 10s, MP5s, G3s, AK 47s, you fucking name it. And this is an island nation that has no native firearms production, and they had access to all of these modern military weapons. Fully automatic. Like actual machine guns. So the idea that the fucking cartels that have way more fucking resources, way more money, and they're not an island nation, they do have native firearms production. The idea that, like, if the United States didn't have firearms, the cartels wouldn't be able to get any guns. This is just some, like, dumb white bitch, like, fucking horseshit.
Oh, that's why they get people here to buy them legally in places like Arizona and Texas, and then they smuggle them across the border into Mexico by the hundreds of thousands, and that's how the cartels are armed. Also, please know that nearly 70 to 90% of crime guns recovered in Mexico can be traced back to the United States, according to the ATF.
Okay, that's nice. I don't know why anybody would listen to some fat, wrinkly, old white bitch. That's wonderful. Thank you. Did you know that bombs kill people, by the way? Did you know that? That bombs kill people? Fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please.
What do you mean he's right, though? When a lot of people say they love animals, they usually only mean dogs and cats.
I didn't say anything about him being right. I said he's just a gay retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nigga donate $2. James Fishback debates #1 ranked OnlyFans that Sophie Rain on Pierce Morgan. Also Andrew Janik was on Sam Hyde's show.
This is your friendly reminder that immigration without assimilation is invasion.
Is she debated? Yeah, okay, she's... Okay, this might actually be interesting. So she's debating a gay retard lib fuck. Let me see.
Should I apply fake hair?
Oh my god, dude. I can't stand how this guy got an anamorphic lens. What is the point of this? That's so annoying. I can't fucking stand how he's using this. Like, it's just such a horrible aspect ratio for YouTube. Fucking irritating as shit. Like, is he doing that just to annoy people? We can watch that later, I guess. Thanks for that donation, nigga. Alpha Cure Mom, donate $2. Let me see.
हम लोग घूमने के लिए आए हैं कहाँ घूमने के लिए आए हैं ये जानने के लिए सीखो ऐप डाउनलोड करें
Why is there this, like, new thing of Indian people being really bad at parkour?
Fresh goes better in life with Mentos Fresh.
They got a puppet. Like a dummy. That's good. That is really weird. There's actually some Japanese porn star dude who's like a dwarf. And he fucks like these hot-ass Japanese girls. And it's like this weird fetish porn where they treat him like a baby. And then they like... He's like breastfeeding, and then they like suck on his dick and shit. It's really weird.
All I'm saying is, if you mess with the bull, you gon'...
I hate the audio that they add to these fucking videos. Yeah, these fucking people are just stupid. It's too bad there's not more deaths and horrible injuries. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Oh shit. Does that mean you'll have to take this stream down? Because that recent post? My bad if so, wasn't intentional.
No, it was... That one should be fine. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please.
Why do people always call themselves animal lovers and yet only care about dogs and cats, Fiji?
'Cause they're gay retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Period. If hospitals can't find enough patients to stay open, it means one thing and one thing only: the population has fallen even faster than anyone predicted. With this amount of hospitals closing, it gives us a reality check of China's population decline. So, what is Beijing doing about it? They're trying everything. To encourage marriage, the government has simplified registration procedures. Couples can now register and get married anywhere in China without even needing their ID or the household registration card. So some cities have taken this to extremes, setting up a marriage booth in parks, shopping malls, subway stations, and yes, even nightclubs. That's right, nightclubs. And this is happening in where?
It's the same exact thing with animal shelters. Most animal shelters only have dogs and cats, so they should just be called dog and cat shelters rather than animal shelters.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Most westernized country in China. Here we go, in Shanghai. In Shanghai, officials literally believe that after a few drinks, couples might decide to get married at nightclubs, and the government will be there to make it happen. So on November 4th, Sina Finance reported that Shanghai's Huangpu district, their Civil Affairs Bureau, launched a limited time, it's a pilot project called Nighttime Marriage Certificate Experience. They're offering that at a local nightclub. Couples could legally marry there, complete with a wedding concierge desk that guides them through every step, from signing in to all the way to receiving their certificate, all to create a quote-unquote smooth and romantic experience. And there was even a state of mind confirmation. Yeah, there's a step in the process called state of mind confirmation to ensure what? To ensure both parties were sober and fully consenting, to avoid what they called impulsive regrets. As we say in Chinese, 此地无银三百两. The very act of denying something makes it obvious. Well, who would believe people at a nightclub?
They must be really desperate for people to make babies. Holy shit.
Could be sober and not impulsive. All right, so that's what the CCP is doing. And at the same time, Beijing has begun tying marriage and birth rates to local
No, haven't tried the Nugo vegan protein bars.
officials' performance reviews. In other words, getting people married and having babies is now a political KPI. All over the country, cities are offering marriage vouchers and cash rewards. In Ningbo, for example, newlyweds can receive 1,000 yuan in vouchers for wedding-related expenses. Other cities offer between 800 and 1,000. I mean, compared with the wedding costs, this is nothing. So the reaction was is very cynical. People wrote, what we lack isn't vouchers, it's confidence in marriage. And another person wrote, 1,000 yuan coupon? Staying single saves me 700,000. Others wrote, they're not helping you getting married. They're just trying to make you spend. So to slow the population decline, the CCP has also introduced fertility subsidies. So for example, this July, the party's central office and the state council issued the child care subsidy implementation plan, offering 3,600 yuan per child per year, but only up to age 3. And then in August, Beijing also announced free kindergarten tuition for the final year, Well, finally, what about the earlier years? So, and in some places, like in Hubei, newlyweds can apply for a 59,000 yuan housing subsidy when they buy a new home, while families with second and third
No, I'm not a fan of iced tea. Dude's an idiot.
children get 800 and 1,000 yuan per month, respectively. But again, the public isn't buying it. When property prices are so high and living expenses soaring, these subsidies mean almost nothing. So now, across China, even teachers and public employees are being pressured to have more kids. And one teacher said that her principal and union regularly remind her to consider a second child, and that the number of children you have now affects promotions. But despite all the propaganda and incentives, people still aren't marrying and still aren't having.
I don't know why it's so hard to figure this out. If there's no, like, clear, rational benefit to having kids, people aren't going to have kids. You have to pay people a ridiculous amount of money for them to actually be incentivized to have kids. They've tried a program in some, like, European country where I think they gave couples as much as, like, $25,000 to have kids. Still did not move the needle. Didn't do anything. So I like in the United States, I think the average cost of raising a child from infancy to adulthood is like 300 grand. Like, it's ridiculous. That's the average. Like, I'm sure if you're like more poor or something, it might be closer to like 80,000 or whatever, but that's still not a trivial amount of money. So if you wanted to actually incentivize people to have kids, you'd probably have to give them like probably 100 grand. Because at that point, you could like make the argument, okay, well, that will cover a huge substantial cost and you can invest that money and then like make money off that money. So you'd probably need like to give people, you know, like 100 grand or more in order to incentivize them to have kids. Even then, who knows? You don't know until you do that little experiment.
Having children. Why? Because the problem isn't just financial. It's societal and moral. Let me give you one example. This story is about a man whose last name is Zhu. Okay, so he's from Shanxi. So he's known online as Xiao Zhu. He had been dating his girlfriend for years. At age 35, that's in 2023, he finally saved 188,000 yuan for the bride's price. You know, that the money that the groom needs to give to his future parents-in-law. So he finally saved the 188,000 yuan for that money after years of hard work and sacrifice. Then just before the wedding, the bride's family suddenly demanded an extra 30,000 yuan for the so-called 3 golds, meaning a gold ring, a gold necklace, and gold earrings.
There we go. Yeah, dude's gonna be checking out left and right. The men going their own way thing becomes really fucking real once you realize the fucking game you're playing.
That broke him. His monthly income was only 4,000 yuan a month. He lived very frugally, eating like steamed buns, renting a tiny room to live in, and even borrowed 20,000 yuan from friends to reach his goal.
Like I understand it's just crazy. So you have to like make an insane amount of sacrifices, put in so much fucking ridiculous amount of effort, and then you don't even get anything from it. So like, yeah, no shit. Dudes ain't gonna get married or have kids.
That's how he had been living. And so when he tried to reason with his girlfriend, she said, all my girlfriends have the 3 golds. And that was it. He canceled the wedding and he walked away from the relationship altogether. And from the life he had planned. And
so it's women that are the problem. Again. Women are always the fucking problem.
On social media, he wrote, "If this money isn't for my wedding, what can I do with it?" And he said, and then he said, "I want to see the world." And then so he used part of the money he saved for the wedding or for his future wife, and started traveling in China, toward China. He took a time off and traveled in China. He even changed his username to Traveling China with 188,000 yuan. All right, that story is heartbreaking, but it's very real. It speaks the reality.
That's not heartbreaking. That's great. The guy has fucking freedom now and isn't gonna get played by some fucking crazy bitch.
Of China today. And another case came from this young woman. It's not her, but she was telling the story of one of her friends. She was talking about her friend's failed wedding negotiations. And she said the bride's side insists on 188,000 yuan. The groom's side offered 88. The young couple love.
Yeah, there you go. It's women. So they're just trying to bleed you dry, get whatever they fucking can. They contribute nothing, and dudes are just checking out of the whole marriage and relationship thing because you're sacrificing all this fucking time, money, working your fucking ass off for a chick that probably isn't even that great looking, and then won't even fucking treat you well, isn't faithful, just treats you like a fucking piece of meat in an ATM. No shit. Okay, this makes... So that's happening even in China. Hilarious.
Each other dearly, but their parents refused to compromise. Both families were described as controlling and domineering. Neither young person dared to marry without approval. And so the marriage remains in question, not for lack of love, but for lack of freedom. So that's the real problem in China today. China has lost the moral and cultural foundation that once held families and loved ones together. Decades of communist ideology and extreme materialism have eroded.
Yep.
Look at all the white.
Someone's jealous that a chick is able to make more money than he can, doing much easier work.
Cute Spider-Man dance online, and you're creating this adult content, know that that person that you used to be still...
Sophie Rain. I've never heard of her. Let me take a look. There's some, like, fucked up, degenerate fucking OnlyFans girls. Like, there's that chick who fucked 500 dudes in one night. Like, that's obviously retarded. But, a lot of the chicks that get shit on OnlyFans, they're not even, like, fucking doing anything. A lot of them don't even post, like, full nudes or anything. And then, like, worst case, most of the time, they just, like, make some masturbation videos or some videos of themselves in the shower, and then they get, like, shit on, like, oh, you're an immoral degenerate. I'm not even seeing... I literally can't even find any of this chick's nudes. It seems like she probably makes, mostly softcore kind of content. I can't even see any of her, like, fucking nudes. Let me see. Okay, there's some stuff on Tinaflix. Yeah, it's, like, mostly softcore stuff. It's like whoopee fucking diddly do. It's nothing hardcore or anything.
Want something more.
Who are you to be the great moral arbiter of what young women do with themselves legally in the United States?
All she does is just, like, It's just softcore and showing off her naked body a little bit. It's nothing crazy. Like, of all people to complain about, like, that is so low tier, dude.
Well, James Fishback is one of the most talked about political candidates in recent memory, but the Republican candidate for governor of Florida also appears to have very little chance of winning. Traditional polls show Fishback trailing bigly, as Donald Trump would put it. At the time of recording, he has just a 10% chance on Polymarket, which has a very accurate track record on recent election outcomes. His main opponent in the primary, Byron Donalds, has the full backing of President Trump and the full Republican machine, with record spending to match. But Fishback has stayed in the race with a novel strategy of rage baiting, such as referring to his opponent as AIPAC Shakur, and by proposing some very radical policies. One of these policies is a sin tax, which aims to raise millions of dollars straight from the pockets of OnlyFans models. Well, in a moment, I'll hear the case against a sin tax and the most successful OnlyFans.
How much is 81,000 yuan? Or 181,000 yuan to USD. So it's about 26,000 United States dollars. Like, China's way more fucking poor. Going on the GDP numbers that China publishes, they have a per capita GDP that's 1/10 the United States. So it's not a like for like comparison. $26,000 to them is going to be a hell of a lot more than what somebody in the US would consider. But that's a substantial amount of money.
How come Pat doesn't really talk that much unless you prompt her when she streams with you? She generally just seems uninterested in talking to you or something. Did you notice that?
We talk all the time, like constantly all day. So, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Thanks for that donation, 21st. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
So we're very accustomed in the modern period to thinking of government as being our big safety net. And if we wonder who is going to fund the hospitals, we think government or maybe the church. But in this period, if you're killed and you leave orphans behind, it is your employer whose duty it is to take care of them. If you are injured and can no longer work, it is your employer who will support you for the rest of your life while you are disabled and find you work that you can do with that disability. Are you in trouble with the law? Your employer will supply your defense attorney. This is the system known as the patronage system, and it existed in ancient Rome. It exists and saturates the medieval and the Renaissance worlds. And so it makes sense to everyone to be represented that way, like having a council of the CEOs of all of the organizations that employees work for when your corporation also supplies your social safety net, and you see your representation there. So we're
I forgot literally everything she fucking said.
Are killed and you leave orphans behind, it is your employer whose duty it is to take care of them. If you are injured and can no longer work, it is your employer who will support you for the rest of your life while you are disabled and find you work that you can do with that disability. Are you in trouble with the law? Your employer will supply your defense attorney. This is the system known as the patronage system, and it existed in ancient Rome. It exists and saturates the medieval and the Renaissance worlds. And so it makes sense to everyone to be represented that way, like having a council of the CEOs of all of the organizations that employees work for when your corporation also supplies your social safety net and you see your representation.
It's kind of interesting. I wonder if that would be better. Maybe not these days. Is this gonna be a scam? So excited to share that we're acquiring the financial services app, Step. Nobody taught me about investing, building credit, or managing money when I was growing up. It's exactly why we're joining forces with Step. Yeah, that's going to be a scam. That is going to be a scam. Oh. Cat. Oh, just looking at people. It's funny how you can tell they're looking at stuff. Does he not know how to get down? Gotta jump on a tree. Ow. It's meowing a lot. he's got a drink. My goodness, it's a good puddle. It's funny how there's all these cats. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, they're playing. Oh, she's a bird. Oh, he's kicking. Wow. That's nice seeing cats doing cat stuff. Wow. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. 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 Wow. My goodness, those kitties are all friends. Listen to his story, VG.
Hey everybody, today's video is going to be
How a girl ruined my entire high school life.
A little bit different. I'm going to be talking about something that I've wanted to talk to you all about for a while now. And it's probably the most detrimental thing that's happened to me in my life. So let's just get right into it. To start off, I was in grade 9 when this happened, and basically I was very new to the dating scene. I had never had a girlfriend in advance to being in grade 9. I had never been with any girl in general. Like, I've had crushes, obviously. Like, I had crushes before that, but I had never had a successful relationship before that. So, no girlfriends. And my first girlfriend, who I would find in grade 9, we're not gonna say her name, obviously, but we'll just call her the girl for now, okay? And this girl, at the time, I thought she was really pretty. I don't know, I just thought there was something about her that I really liked, so I went for her, obviously. I asked for her number in a really stupid way. I pretended to fall and, like, drop my phone, and then when she picked it up for me, I was like, can you slide your number? And, like, it was really stupid the way I asked for her number. But yeah, I'm getting a bit off topic here. After she did that, after she gave me her number, we texted for a while. Pretty much said I love you on, like, the third day of talking. It was really stupid.
Jeez, that's really stupid.
But I didn't know the consequences of saying something like that yet, you know? Like, there's not a, like, crazy amount of consequences, obviously. Sometimes it's a good thing, but saying that early on in a relationship is never good. And I'd come to learn that soon.
Oh.
So, fast forward a month or so, we were together initially.
Here's my little kitty. He was throwing a tantrum. Just before stream, he was throwing a big tantrum. He was ripping around the whole house, meowing at the top of his lungs for absolutely no reason. Isn't that right, Gum Gum? Yeah. Oh, my little baby. You know you're my little baby. Yeah. Love my little baby.
After a week of talking, we made it official, and then throughout that month, it was a really good relationship. Like, this was the first girl I ever kissed and made out with. That was the most we ever did, though, and that's a big point that I want you to know. That was the most we ever even did with each other. And
I remember there was some dude that I hated in my friend group. He had a hilarious last name. His last name was Dumas. It's really weird. Dumas. And everybody called him Dumbass because of that. And he was this fat, ugly guy. And he ended up dating this really cute, pretty girl in my fucking math class. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I thought he was gay because she would show him all this, like, physical affection and shit. And, like, she always wanted to hug and kiss him and stuff. And he'd always be like, maybe later. And then they ended up breaking up after, like, a couple months. I don't know what the fuck was going on there, but I'm pretty sure he's, like, gay or something.
It'll make sense in a second why I'm telling you that. So, After that month, though, we lasted, I believe, 2 months total, so another month went by, and I was starting to lose a bit of feelings for her because, once again, it was my first girlfriend. I was in grade 9. I was new to this. I started to see her truer colors, and I started not to want her anymore, you know? And it was hard to explain something like this at such a young age to a girl, so instead of explaining it to her outrightly, I decided to break up with her during Christmas break. And I would come to learn that was probably one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my life. And it's for a very simple reason. So what ended up happening after I broke up with her is everything seemed normal at first. I didn't get any texts, surprisingly. I didn't get any calls. And what did happen, though, is I went to school after Christmas break. And basically, every single person that I had known, or pretty much every single person that I was aware of, like at the school, was giving me dirty looks, was looking at me weird, or like just straight up commenting about me or saying stuff in front of me that
Did she say he raped her or some bullshit like that?
I didn't like, you know? And what I didn't understand about that is I didn't know what had happened, you know? I was very concerned. I asked my friends and they just completely ignored me. And I realized that not only had I lost a lot of respect from the public of my school, but I had lost respect from teachers and friends, and I had no idea why yet. So, obviously, I went to the girl that I had just broken up with. I almost said her name. That's why I cut the video there. But I went to the girl that I had broken up with, and she said she had nothing to do with what had happened. And I asked what had happened, and she refused to elaborate. And then
You sound well rested. How was the workout?
It wasn't great. It was kind of a better than nothing sort of workout, just kind of stiff and in pain. So it's kind of lifting with lighter weights, but you know, got a good like pump and burn. So got done what I needed to get done. Thanks for the donation though, James.
And I started getting texts from people asking me very interesting things. And I was sent pictures of DMs with her that were just between us two. And they were very explicit DMs about like wanting to make out with each other, wanting to do things with each other, stuff you wouldn't like spread usually, stuff you wouldn't screenshot and spread to the public. But that was the least of my concerns at the time. Not only did people think I was weird because of the DMs that were shown to other people that were just meant to be between me and her, but it was because she had told them something that I had done, which obviously I hadn't, but I'm gonna get to that in a sec.
Typical.
Fast forward around 3 months, I believe. I finished grade 9, I believe, like maybe.
You know, I can guarantee you this is like a very widespread problem. When you're seeing stats of young men not dating, staying virgins until later, I can guarantee you this has something to do with women acting like this, where like they're just fucking cunts, they make up lies about people, and like just dudes aren't interested in dealing with it anymore. I'm sure that's a huge aspect to it. Oh, whoops.
Oh, and speaking of animals, just when you thought you couldn't hate TikTok more.
Why does it seem like everyone on TikTok these days owns some sort of exotic animal, like a meerkat or a monkey, an orchid mantis, or a bobcat or a capybara? Like, where are these people getting these animals from? Because last time I checked, zebras don't just magically appear.
Yeah, it's just
This is our flight pen for
dumbass TikTok fucking degenerate retards. Yeah, there's a lot of people with illegal exotic pets. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Are there any new Frank shorts? Are you an aggressive dominant BBC top? Would you top Frank? Do you think Frank is a bottom? Do you think he jerks off and uses his cum in the sourdough starter for his pure sourdough brand? Cool face emoji, cool face emoji.
Well, I'm not gay, so it's kind of weird to call me a top. But yeah, I'd say I'm dominant with women, and I would not top Frank. By the sounds of it, I'm pretty sure Frank is generally the top in the relationship, but who knows. Do you think he jerks off and uses cum in the sourdough starter? Probably not. Thanks for the donation, James.
Maybe 4 or 5 months, actually.
Oh yeah, and he does have new shorts. We already reacted to it though.
Yeah, around 4 or 5 months. I had finished grade 9. And in grade 10, this is when I found out what had actually...
Is he a twink? What is a twink? If shoulder pain continues, need see doctor.
Nope. Doctors will not do jack shit for you. So, yeah, you go to the doctor, you wait multiple hours, and you schedule different appointments with different doctors, and then all they'll do is tell you, oh, well, you're just lifting too heavy. You shouldn't bench over 300 pounds. Like, maybe 150 pounds is fine. That's all they do. So I'm not going to waste my time. And yeah, Frank's a twink. It's just like a skinny, like, gay dude. Thanks for the donation, James.
Actually been going on. So I started off grade 10, obviously pretty, messed in the head because I had lost all my friends, all my people around me just didn't like me, and I still had no idea why, because I knew that whatever it was not just the DMs. I knew with my heart that that's not the only thing that had happened. And then a single person, just one person, changed exactly what had happened to me. This person came up to me and straight up asked me, "Didn't you grape a girl last year?"
Yep, that's what they do.
I'm not gonna name the person.
That's what they do. Like, by the way, this is normal. It might not always be this extreme, but this is fucking normal. After a breakup, when a girl feels like she's being personally offended in some way, like she's upset the breakup happened, they always make up some kind of bullshit story about you. Always. Like, without fucking fail. So, it might not be as serious an accusation as rape, but it might be like, he was really sexually aggressive and he made me uncomfortable, or he was abusive and he'd like demean me in some way. Always, without fail, if a girl is upset that the breakup happened, without fail, they always fucking do this. It's crazy.
Person who asked me that, but they came up to me and asked me that. And so in that person doing that, I obviously responded with no. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I just couldn't believe what he had just said, I couldn't believe someone that I had known so long ago. And this wasn't just a random person, by the way. This was a friend I had around grade 5, and then we kind of split apart after that. And then I met him in school before all this happened, before he heard about the rumor. And then he came up to me and he said that. And I was just oblivious to what was going on, And so it turned out, after he explained himself, it turned out that not only did he believe that I had raped someone the year before, but a lot of people, pretty much everybody that had known this girl or had known of this girl, knew about it and thought that I had done that. And it's insane to me, the power that...
What's insane to me is that anybody would listen to a dumb bitch like that. Like, if somebody doesn't take something seriously enough to go to the police and, like, file some sort of criminal report, why the fuck does anybody listen to these people?
Do you think it's getting to the point where you have to record yourself being intimate with someone? And if they don't want to be recorded together, then don't get intimate. Just to prove you didn't rape them?
For one thing, you can't do that without somebody's consent. Even if you don't release the video footage and you just keep it in case there's accusations, I'm pretty sure you can't do that. Secondly, it doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? Like, the only time something like that would come in handy is if they mention a specific time and date where they make a falsifiable claim. So you might have like cameras or security system at your house, but if you ever meet up in a hotel room or have sex at her house or something, she can just easily say, oh, it happened there, where there were no cameras or there's no footage or any way to prove. So What really needs to happen is people need to fucking realize that women lie, and they have an extremely high propensity for lying. I don't think people realize just how much women fucking lie about this shit. I've been kind of red-pilled on this. Like, my assumption before was, yeah, there's a substantial enough amount of false rape accusations to be skeptical of, these sorts of situations. I used to think, like, okay, so maybe, like, as much as 10% of these rape accusations are false. I'm starting to think that it is very likely closer to half, if not more, especially when you're considering rape accusations where there's no police report involved. There's probably a disproportionate amount of false rape accusations when you're talking about like social media posts or gossip or just telling your like somebody's girlfriend. Whereas if somebody's going to the police, there's probably a lower likelihood that it's a false accusation because then they're going to be under investigation. There's a risk that if they're caught lying, they could face repercussions. So there's probably a higher proportion of those that are actually true. But when you're talking about situations like this, where the girl never went to the police, they just spread this like bullshit rumor at a school or at their job or among their friend group, or maybe made some like stupid fucking post on Facebook or some shit. I have a very strong feeling that probably around half, if not more, of those are all false. I don't have any data to back that up because, like, one, there's no research. I don't even know how you would conduct a study on that. I don't think it's possible to do any research on that. Every single male friend I've had has a story of a girl either making a false rape accusation against them or making up some kind of false accusation of sexual assault. Every fucking male friend. And I knew a guy who was married to this crazy bitch who she was insanely abusive, would like fight him. She actually stabbed him with a knife at one point, and he actually got arrested after she stabbed him with a knife because she smashed her fucking head on a door frame or a kitchen counter or something to make it seem as though she was attacked. And she told the cops that he attacked me and tried to rape me, so I grabbed a knife and I stabbed him to get away. And then he got arrested. He was actually able to prove in court that she lied. She never actually got fucking charged or got any jail time. And I think they weren't interested in pursuing charges because she was fucking pregnant when it happened. So they just didn't want to press charges against some fucking pregnant woman. I also have other personal friends where a similar thing happened where like he met up with a girl, like things just got awkward. He just didn't want to have sex with her. And then they never ended up even having sex. They just kissed a little bit. And she started spreading a rumor that he raped her because she was upset he wasn't interested in having fucking sex. And she felt like personally offended by it. And luckily, because of the friend group he was in, they trusted him over her because, like, they're just more smart, skeptical people. But, like, dude, I swear, every fucking male friend, they have some kind of story like that. So there just has to be, society just has to wake up. And it's crazy to me that after the Amber Heard situation, people aren't more like woken up to this, where they just believe this kind of stupid brain dead horse shit. Like, look, if a chick isn't going to go to the police and file a criminal report, why the fuck would you take them seriously? It makes absolutely no sense.
Why are women such compulsive liars, VG?
I think women tend to lie about that in particular, like these sort of false rape or sexual assault allegations, because they can get away with it. Simple as that. It's just there's a huge opportunity to get away with it because, again, we have this like believe all women kind of fucking stupid mindset, and men are always villainized and crap. So they just lie like crazy about that sort of shit. There may also be some like some other factors at play. Like I've talked about women having a anti-competitive competition strategy where they try to sabotage other people, so that might also be part of it. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That a girl has to just be able to say something like that, and it can just get blown out of proportions. Because from what I'm aware of, initially it was just the DMs, and then it turned into someone, I don't want to just blame her for this, but someone turned it into sexual assault, and then someone straight up turned it into rape. I don't know who these people were who had made this rumor about me, but there was no way of stopping it now, as it had been a year since the initial thing had started spreading. And not only did I lose all my friends from this, but I started to lose myself, I started to lose my sanity. And fast forward to grade 11 now, after 2 years of being unsuccessful.
Oh, and speaking of women, bad news, VG.
Let me see. Israeli actress Gal Gadot skipped Venice Film Festival after 1,500 industry insiders signed a petition to ban her. She probably didn't go because she realized they're all anti-Semites, and I don't even know if this is even true. Retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I donate $2 no VGOs, meaning UPU should only have sex if you get consent to record. If not, then don't. That wouldn't help you. So again, all they have to do is say, oh, he raped me at some time where he didn't record. It wouldn't do anything. And they could even use some of the shit against you. They could just say, I never got consent, he pressured me, blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't matter. But they could make up false claims anyway. What? That's got to be fake. What is that? Is that AI? Thanks for the donation, eh?
I just got out of an HR nightmare. This woman his work with came up behind me and dug her fingers into my back muscles. We hardly talked and never touched each other. After I finally reported it, she outright denied it until my supervisor corroborated cont.
Sounds about right. Personally, I've had a lot of women touch me without permission. I can't say I was like bothered by it, so I'm not gonna complain, but women seem to just feel like they're entitled to just touch you without permission. So I used to work as a photographer, and I did some shooting in nightclubs. A lot of girls in nightclubs would come up and touch me, and some of them were like they'd literally rub their tits up against me to like try to get my interest and stuff. It was really obvious. I've had girls at the gym just like rub their hands over my chest and stomach and stuff. Like they'd say, wow, you're really getting in shape, and like rub their hands on me. When I was at a vegan, like a veg fest thing, some girl I was hanging out with there with another friend of mine, she just randomly just grabbed my pecs and said, wow, you have like really big big muscles, and like just literally grabbed my chest. I can guarantee you, dudes can't get away with just grabbing girls' titties, so... Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
I also think women, especially if you're talking about high school girls, don't think, know or care about the consequences for the male if you falsely accuse him of rape. That girl didn't give any thought to how it could affect his academia or future, etc.
This seems to, I don't know if there's an age bias with these sorts of things. A lot of these false accusations seem to have occurred with younger women, so like high school to college age. Amber Heard, how old was she when she like accused Johnny Depp? That was a few years. Yeah, so she would have been in her mid-30s. She's fucking crazy. I don't know if, like... I don't know if, like, age and maturity has anything to do with it and not understanding the consequences of what you're doing. Like, I have heard of situations like this where women in their mid-30s, like, make claims like this. I think it just happens to be the case that younger women just have more sexual partners and shit, and they just have more opportunities to play this bullshit game. Especially when you're talking about younger women having like bigger social circles and friend groups. I think that has more to do with it, but I don't know. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
My story. She then walked through the workplace and told people I claimed she sexually harassed me, which never came out of my mouth. I only claimed she touched me inappropriately. I then had 3 dumbasses give me dirty looks because they believed her lie.
Yes, because everybody's an idiot. I don't know why you'd believe some dumb bitch, but yeah. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Be careful, VG nightclubs can be dangerous, they always get set on fire.
Well, it wasn't a gay nightclub, so I wasn't worried about it getting shot up or anything. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Successful with finding a girl to get with or finding any friends in general. I finally found a girl, but it doesn't matter. It had been 2 years by this point, and the only reason I was able to get with this girl is because initially she was one of the people who didn't believe in it and thought there wasn't enough proof or evidence of it. She was one of the only people I met who was aware that without proof, evidence, or anything like that, you can't just say something like that about somebody. And for her, I want to thank her for that, because, yeah, she was probably the only person who didn't believe in it at the time. But yeah, I'm getting distracted here. Basically, after so long of dealing with this, it led me to a very low point in my life. And quickly, I just want to say to the girl who started all of this, fuck you. Genuinely, I hate the fact that you did this to me. And I really hope that sticks with you if you're watching this. Because she led me to a point where...
Yeah, she's just a psycho. She doesn't care.
Well, the girl who spread the rumor...
She probably feels justified in doing it.
It led me to a point where I attempted suicide. Not just once either, but a few times. And then there was one specific night where I had everything set up. I knew...
I remember in high school, there was this girl, Sadia. I've told the story a million times, but man, she was so fucking sexy. Yeah, she was Saudi Arabian, but she was from Germany, and she looked like, just had this really unique, exotic look. She had like really dark eyes, big nose, and her body was just so fucking sexy. Just such nice, big, juicy tits. big ass, like slim waist. She looked so fucking hot, and she was so fucking horny all the time. She touched my wiener and she let me touch her boobs. It's really cool. She would make fun of me for being fat, and then I lost weight, and then she gained weight, and then I'd make fun of her for being fat, and then I would call her fat, and then she'd say, I know. It's really funny. What was funny too is she was dating a fucking fat ass when she was calling me fat. He was fatter than me. I was overweight in grade 10 in particular, but I was a little chubby in grade 9, but grade 10 in particular, I got pretty fat. I lost 60 pounds from grade 10 to 11. And yeah, her boyfriend was a big fucking chungus. And when she was making fun of me for being fat, she was dating some fat dude, and I didn't know at the time. I actually got in shape and started lifting because 2 girls that I was really attracted to made fun of me for being fat. So then I got in shape so that I could like get pussy. And then that didn't actually help. For whatever reason, there was a lot of fucking girls in my school who were into fat dudes. It was really bizarre. Most of the girls that I was into were dating fat dudes. And like it was a thing they were into.
Michelle from China is such a smart-based girl for not believing the lie that Hannah Chloe told that Durian Rider raped her. Hannah Chloe is a lying piece of shit that tried to ruin his life and partially succeeded. Go email Durian Rider back right now.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Yeah, he still hasn't gotten back to me. All right. I emailed him again. There you go. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Sleepy, don't need $2. Let me see.
Flex as a man than having a bunch of kids. In fact, I'd even say this. Having a bunch of kids is a bigger flex than having a lot of money even. Because if you think about it, it's like, oh, you have a lot of money. Okay, cool. What do you got? A bunch of digits on a screen? If you have kids and a lot of them, it's like, oh yeah, I'm good enough to be replicated that many times. Everybody subconsciously knows you're a baller. Let's say hypothetically you see a guy with 5, 10...
Buddy, you can see many men, particularly black dudes, who are in jail for not paying child support. And they have like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15 fucking kids. So, no. It just means that you're dating a bunch of women that are basically fucking retarded monkeys. That's all having a lot of kids means. It doesn't mean shit. Rats have sex and have many kids. It doesn't mean anything.
And 15, 20 kids or something like that. Just a big number. You look at him and you go, huh? You got to work, huh? You got busy, huh? You got to work. You must have put it down well. You know what? Don't ignore that intuition. You know at the end of the day who's a true baller and who isn't. And all that money in that bank account don't mean a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, it does. I'd rather be able to buy a Panigale V4 than be on the hook for child support. So
You see a dude with a bunch of kids, you go, all right. What I need you to do.
Okay, this guy's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Well, at least she sounds like an honest woman for once.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Huh? I thought you got in shape and starting lifting just like a year and a half ago? You were fat as fuck before then. Remember? When you were in the crowded apartment with the thing and a bunch of animals. Fat ass fuck. Fatty.
Yeah, I was fat. But I was still training and getting strong. So it all worked out in the end. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Savvy Kennedy, let me fuck your pussy and I'll give you that autograph that you want.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. Appreciate the donation, 21st. Dixon Cider Alpha Cure Mom donated $2. Storming through the party like my name is El Nino. Yep. Is that Pakistan? They have those shitty Chinese bikes. Yeah, I think that's Pakistan, not India. Because Pakistan, it's all Royal Enfields. Those look like the Chinese. I think they're 125 and 250cc bikes. Yeah, they're Honda copies. That's Pakistan. It's funny how I know that. Yeah, that's got to be Pakistan. They import these. I don't know if they actually say Honda on the side. I can't remember, but they have the same like logo, but they're knockoff copies of a 125cc Honda, and some of them go up to 250cc's. And they're all imported into Pakistan, but India, they have Royal Enfield. That's funny. Yep. You can't be hot dogging like that. I like Royal Enfields. If I had a bigger garage and shit, I'd probably get one of the Royal Enfields, but just because I have limited space, I'm just gonna, prioritize more like bikes that I kind of higher on the list. Is that koala jerking off? What's he doing? It looks like he's jerking off. It's a nice koala. Very fuzzy. I like how fuzzy koalas are. Thanks for the donation, Dixon Cider Alpha Cure Mom. Dodo donated $2. The threat of NATO's breakup, easing sanctions on Russia, massive energy crisis in Europe, halting aid for Ukraine, blocking the loan for Kyiv by Orban. It all looks like Putin's dream plan. I don't like. Here's the thing. It's not Trump who's saying this shit. It's his generals and military advisors who are telling him we've got to have Europe kind of take defense more seriously, and they should be fitting a bigger part of the bill for defending Ukraine and defending the rest of Europe. Trump's a dumbass, and his dum-dum brain ends up saying things like, we're going to pull out of NATO if Europe doesn't like cover their fair share. It's not like I mean, I get where he's coming from. It makes sense, but it's not necessarily the best thing to fucking say, but he's not going to break up the NATO alliance. There's way too many benefits that the US gets from NATO. Again, the US can have military bases basically wherever they want in any fucking country. That's a NATO ally. It's like a strategic defense partnership. Like there's just way too many benefits that the US gets from NATO. The only thing he's like fucking saying is like, yeah, Europe, what the fuck are you doing? They're willing to put in stupid amounts of money into importing retarded dumbass immigrants who won't even work, and they give them welfare, but they won't increase their military expenses. Like they won't put more funding into their military. It makes no sense. And especially since it's their country, like their territory that's on the line, like it doesn't make any sense that the US is fitting the biggest bill for defending Ukraine. But yeah, Trump's not going to pull out of NATO. He's just saying things that are kind of like unhinged and stupid because he's a dumbass. Easing sanctions on Russia, I don't know if he... I don't know if any, like, it's fucking Trump. Like, you can't listen to anything he fucking says. Massive energy crisis in Europe, that's because of the fucking, they were too reliant on Russian oil to begin with, and, European leaders are fucking stupid, by the way, particularly a lot of the women, female leaders, like... Germany was told ahead of time that Russia is probably going to invade Ukraine, and once that happens, there's going to be sanctions on Russian oil, and you're not going to be able to get energy coming from Russia anymore. What did they do? They ended up shutting down all of their nuclear power plants. So then they ended up having this energy crisis, and they had to reopen their old coal power plants. That's women doing that shit. So European leaders are just fucking stupid. I don't even understand the logic behind shutting down nuclear power plants. Like, it's just it's unhinged. They're expensive. They're hard to upkeep. But especially since they're talking about wanting like green energy, like it doesn't make any sense. They also overregulate their economy like fucking crazy. They're absolutely destroying their auto industry. BMW and all these other German car brands like Porsche, like just look at their profits going down, 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 down. And it's because they overregulate the fucking shit out of their own biggest money-making industries, and then they can't compete internationally, and they make them build like the dumbest fucking cars. And another big like part of the German economy too is aftermarket support for these cars. One big tuning company from Germany had to shut down because the way Germany regulates their auto industry, they would have to wait like a year for approval to release products. And then all of these other fucking companies from like Japan, South Korea, Germany, Australia, like the US, Canada, you name it, all these other tuning companies would have products for these fucking cars on the market a year ahead of them. And then on top of that, they're putting all these different restrictions on emissions and shit, and then they had to shut down. So Europe's destroying their own economy, and they're doing absolutely fucking stupid shit with their energy infrastructure. Like, Europe's dumb. And again, it's women doing this shit. It's all women, and it's like they don't seem to fucking realize it's all communist brain rot horse shit. Halting aid for Ukraine. Somebody told me they stopped information sharing with Ukraine for a little while because they They knew there were Russian spies within Ukraine that were getting a hold of this information. It's just that whenever Trump releases something on Truth Social or like talks in a press conference, he's an idiot and he'll say something that doesn't even remotely mirror reality because, again, he's a deranged fucking idiot. But apparently some of the reasons why Trump stopped, supplying information aid to Ukraine, it had to do with Russian spies within the Ukrainian government and military. And that was temporary. There has been a reduction in missile shipments to Ukraine. That has to do with the Iran thing going on right now, and that's just a bigger priority. Blocking the loan for Kyiv by Orban. I don't know about that one. But Russia's not doing well in the war, despite some of these setbacks. Russia is getting completely fucked over. There was concern that Russia would be able to start making a bit more money because oil prices are up, but Ukraine is absolutely hammering their oil refineries, so they're not even able to take advantage of it. Let me see.
Allah'ın gazabından kurtulamayacaksın.
Turkish member of parliament Hassam Bismuth said Israel will suffer the wrath of Allah. Then he immediately suffered a heart attack and died.
Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Well, who suffered the wrath of Allah first? Fat bitch. Watch this whole video, but you can put it at 1.5x speed. The good liars visit a medbed hotel. Okay. Well, anyway, I think we've watched enough of that video. And this.
1 year ago today,
90K jobs lost, 264 billion revenue inside Trump's tariff year. Yep. And
while we've all had eyes glued.
All right, we'll watch those. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would you say you're at a high point in your life right now? And when was the previous high point in your opinion, looking back?
There's different ways to look at things. You could kind of look at things in terms of shitty setbacks, life sucks, and then when things go great for you, like, yay, it's finally over. Like, any point can be a high point depending on how you look at it. There's always some kind of setback. There's always some kind of mistake made. No matter what, there's always going to be something that doesn't go quite well for you. And it's all a matter of perspective. So rather than oh man, this sucks, this relationship didn't go well, I'm making less money, what have you. It's just life. That's the way life is. There's setbacks, there's things that go well for you, and life is just always life. And I see things now that are that most people would consider low points. I just consider it, okay, well, that's a learning experience. Or going through something difficult, it was difficult, but I came out stronger on the other end. I proved to myself that I can withstand something that's hard. Or it can help you learn to appreciate what you have now, so that's the way I look at it. So life is good, 'cause I choose to see it as good. I choose to just see things from a positive perspective. So I'm enjoying life right now. My girlfriend Pat is fucking amazing. I love her. She's the best woman I have ever fucking met. She's incredible, super loving and supportive. I love her just the same way back. Hopefully going forward things go great with her. And we can make this like a long-term thing, and eventually hopefully we end up living together and stuff. But you know, like we're not quite there yet. Things have to happen at their natural pace. Hopefully next year she's able to move to Canada. She's not going to be moving in with me right away, but she's going to be living close by. I've had a few setbacks with training, you know, the shoulder injury, but I am still getting stronger. I'm building muscle, overall still healthy. And, you know, things are going relatively smoothly, all things considered. There's some stressful things here and there that happen, but, you know, whatever. There's stuff that's outside of your control, and you just have to kind of deal with it, move on. It's whatever. I don't let things, like, break me down, and, like, I don't just get into some, like, stupid nervous panic over it. You know, whatever. So, things are going good. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Savvy, what's your age, sweetie? Should we go on a double date with Pat and Richie at 10 in vegetarian?
I don't know if that's going to happen, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
Do you think Pat would let you have a polygamy and let you fuck other girls, or would she even be down to have a threesome one time? And is that something you could see yourself wanting if she was cool with it?
No. Not into that. The only thing that I'd be okay with is if Pat had, like, a lesbian interest in a girl. Like, I don't think I'd have a huge problem with her having a girlfriend, kind of depending on the circumstance. I don't really, like, you know, like in porn, getting your dick sucked by two girls is kind of hot and stuff, but I don't know if I'd really be into it. I don't really like being around multiple people and shit. I'd be fine with her, like, kissing a girl or something or whatever, but, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Fact check. As of March 2025, the US paused intelligence sharing with Ukraine as part of a broader suspension of military aid ordered by the Trump administration, designed to pressure Kyiv into negotiations. No evidence it was due to Russian infiltration.
Okay. Did you just ask an AI about that? I have no idea. Like, Trump's a fucking dumbass. I've had the opinion for a while he's compromised in some way. That's why he's been very publicly friendly with the Russian regime. I have suspicions that he probably had sex with a Russian prostitute who may or may not have been underage. Epstein was recruiting a lot of girls from Russia for prostitution. We know Trump hung out with Epstein and went to the island and all that. So Vladimir Putin may have set up some fucking thing where he had, like, an informant or someone, you know, one of these girls who was a prostitute, go to Epstein, fondled Trump's dick or something. There might be video footage of it. Who the fuck knows? And that's why Trump wants to hide the Epstein files. And Putin may have some dirt on him, and that might be why. Trump suspiciously friendly with Putin. Who knows, though? But yeah, there's a good chance he's compromised, especially with how weirdly skittish he is with the Epstein files. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
Hopefully he is now burning in hell as punishment for threatening Israel.
Well, he's just dead. There's no afterlife. He's just dead. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hi 21. I'm your #1 fan. I'm legal age. We can double team Richard and Pat. I want to see Richard in full splits, glute spread.
That's not happening, and I definitely cannot do the splits right now. I would tear my adductor. Thanks for the donation, Savvy.
Glued on the Gulf, an awful lot has been happening in Ukraine. Russia has started its spring offensive.
I think they're definitely not where they thought they would be.
Ukraine has been hammering Putin's oil before he had the chance to sell it at a higher price because of the Iran war.
So this is really a new quality of attack.
Russia has been hitting Ukraine with everything it's got in response, all while Ukraine has been taking a lot of ground from Russia operating without Starlink.
I don't think Elon Musk is going to be a hero in Ukraine.
And we haven't even mentioned machine gun robots yet. So it's time for questions, and we have the privilege of asking one of the best journalists in the business, who is going to hate this introduction. His name is Nick Connolly.
Hi, Anthony.
For over 4 years, DW's Kyiv correspondent has been living there covering the war. A calm and measured voice on the front lines, Nick's LinkedIn page is probably really boring for a guy that does hair-raising things to bring us smart, accurate stories. He's the perfect man to ask questions at a really important moment. First among them, Putin's ability to profit from this war. The oil price is up, but Ukraine has been sending drones by the dozen to try and stop it.
Richard's definitely a bottom, I agree, but I'm not into nigger bottoms. His butt is probably hairy and gross too.
It's a little hairy. It's not that hairy. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Him from cashing in.
I don't think there's necessarily a lot more of them, but they're having bigger effects. I think it's definitely important. I think the important difference now is that the warheads are bigger, so the impact is bigger.
So Ukrainian drones are making a big bang, slamming into oil refineries and depots. It's got our attention, but is it enough to make headlines in Russia?
Well, definitely the kind of military bloggers on Telegram are getting very, very nervous. They're obviously a bit more independent and largely, less directly towing the line than state media. But definitely you've seen those oil ports on the Baltic Sea closed for days at a time. You've seen talk of maybe halting production because the Russians don't know where to put all that oil that they can't get out. So this is really a new quality of attack. We've seen these attacks for a few years, but previously they were more about the fact of getting there, of flying a few thousand kilometers, but with very small warheads. The fact that large numbers of drones are now arriving and carrying more is actually a new development.
So if you are joining the Ukraine war after a month of watching what's happening in the Gulf, yes, these
Dixon, Cider, Alpha Cure, Mom, Donny Tellers. If Greta Thunberg moved in next door and got her chest enhanced, stacked to the sky, would you invite her over just as friends with Isaac to watch NHL? No, I'm not into fake boobs, and I kind of hate her, and I would not want to spend any time around her if I could help it. What happened to all the cute mailmen, like from Pee-wee's Playhouse and Mr. Rogers had cute Mr. McFeely? I don't know, I've never seen that. Thanks for that donation, dude.
These Ukrainian attacks.
Dodo, donate $2. Pay attention to videos, VG, not too much focused on texting or whatever you're doing. Yeah, I'm paying attention. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Attacks on Russian oil facilities have been successful. Asterix, perhaps too successful.
Definitely. And there is just the worry in Ukraine right now that those attacks on the energy system of Russia, which really are starting to have a systematic effect, that they're going to be blocked, vetoed by Donald Trump and other Western countries who are worried.
They can't. They're hitting them with Ukrainian-made drones and missiles.
about the oil price going up, and that right now, just as it's starting to work, Ukraine might be put under.
It doesn't even really make any fucking sense either, because there's the Russian oil embargo, so they can't even really sell to many people.
Such tremendous pressure to kind of pause those attacks for a while.
Headline number 2, Ukraine's quiet advances. The story we're hearing that we want to check with Nick is that Ukraine has made significant, somehow low-key advances in the Zaporizhia sector that have slowed parts of Russia's southern push and forced redeployments. So, are Ukraine making these quiet gains?
Well, definitely there are hundreds of square kilometers of territory that have been taken back, that is confirmed, and potentially more that have yet to be announced by the kind of people in charge. And this is a big deal. Lots of
Russia has not taken as much territory as is claimed. Basically, what they're doing is they're just like sending out one dude to like plant a flag somewhere, and then they take a photo and they're like, look, we took the territory, and then like they just get swarmed with drones and they're killed. So the amount of territory Russia gained, it's just all nonsense. They haven't really gained any territory.
Villages in Dnipro region, Zaporizhia region are coming back under Ukraine control, and it seems like they've actually taken more than in 2023 when everyone was talking about a counteroffensive that then didn't really materialize.
So a big tick, I would say. The interesting follow-up, I think, is why is Ukraine not singing about this from the rooftops?
I think it's about being burnt by that experience in 2023 of over-promising and under-delivering. There's definitely a thing. There is also a situation where in this drone warfare, we're seeing the kind of kill zone. You have a kind of no man's land of about 10 kilometers inside of the kind of official front line, where it is very difficult to kind of confirm and say this is now definitely under our control.
Bringing us to our next topic, Russia's messy spring offensive.
I think they're definitely not where they thought they would be. At the end of last year, you saw Russia, Putin in kind of triumphal mood, claiming Kupiansk in Kharkiv region. And then a couple of weeks later, after Russia had claimed to take the city, you had Zelensky doing selfies from Kupiansk, showing that actually this is not under Russian control. We can still get even the president there with some degree of security.
Moscow kicked off its spring push in mid-March, but the story is that it's been incredibly slow going nowhere fast, and it's costing an extraordinary amount of Russian lives.
That's the thing. Last year, for all their efforts, Russia was able to take less than 1% of Ukraine's territory in an entire year. I think it's important firstly to say that when losses talked about, that often includes wounded and killed, right? That's not just killed. But certainly the numbers are huge. They're in the hundreds of thousands. There is talk of Russian losses being upwards of 300,000 dead and many, many more wounded. Lots of these people potentially never going to be able to work again.
They literally have cripple platoons. Russia is literally so desperate that they're dudes with broken legs, missing limbs. They have to walk around on crutches that are forced to cross like no man's land. And they're using them as like cannon fodder to rush positions, and they can't really rush because they're literally using crutches. It's fucked.
Ukraine potentially kind of half that number, given that Ukrainian defense is fighting less aggressively and taking fewer risks. But it is massive.
Headline number 4, the Starlink shock for Russia. Is Elon Musk a hero in Ukraine?
I don't think Elon Musk is going to be a hero in Ukraine, whatever he does at this point, but certainly it was welcome.
In February, Musk cut unauthorised Russian access to Starlink. Multiple reports say it disrupted Russian communications and drone ops and briefly opened space for Ukrainian forces to move with much greater ease on or near the front lines.
I think the interesting thing, when we were on the front line, we were seeing the drone pilots, the Ukrainian drone pilots, taking out Russia's alternatives. So Russia is having to use antenna that are a lot more obvious. And now they're having to kind of put up these sticks with kind of improvised antenna to try and get any connection to the outside world. And Ukrainian drone pilots can just very cheaply and easily take those out bit for bit and basically strip those Russian forces of their connection with the outside world. It's definitely been very helpful. Russia's obviously now coming up with alternatives, and that's slowly kind of being balanced out. But especially in the first few weeks of this was something that Ukrainian soldiers will tell you was really noticeable and led to a lot of chaos in terms of miscommunication between Russian units.
Right then, here we go. It's time for machine gun robots.
I'm not sure they're as useful and playing as big a role as maybe people would want them to. They're obviously very slow. They're pretty easy to spot. I think they work best or make the biggest impact when they're kind of hidden somewhere in the bushes and then they can surprise someone. And that's the kind of bigger talk of these kind of loitering drones, loitering or sleeper drones that are sitting on a road, right, and then fly up or start firing when it comes past. I think the kind of land drones make more of an issue, are more kind of relevant in terms of supplies, bringing in, restocking positions, and also bringing out sometimes wounded soldiers from the battlefield. That's something that's been used quite a lot. And obviously you have all these tragic stories of several soldiers losing their lives trying to take someone who's wounded out. That is incredibly dangerous, where these drones come in.
Okay, we might need to let machine gun robots go a little and move on to where I'd love to finish, because I've often asked Nick about the end of the war, peace talks, victory on one side or the other. Is it a new weapon, not the machine gun robots, a bold new tactic, hundreds of thousands of cheap, unjammable drones maybe? Is it possible with all this new technology we're getting close to the end via a stalemate where drones make it somehow pointless to keep going?
I'm not sure if drones actually do that, because they bring down the price of warfare, right? They make it more realistic to carry on doing this. You can overwhelm expensive.
Dixon, Cider, Alpha Cure, Mom, Donny Tellers, what you're telling your faithful viewers when looking at them in the camera eye is of Greta Thunder Thighs brought you a housewarming gift of 900,000 Swedish kroner. You would at least have a day of platonic play. Say she knew how to change the Ural tire fast. Yeah, I'd get her to change one of my Ural tires. That can be a pain in the ass. The fucking axle can get stuck, and then I have to like smash it with a hammer for like fucking 30 minutes. 90,000 kroner to USD. So it's basically a tenth. It's still worth it. 100K. That's like 90K USD. Yeah, I'd let her change my Ural tire if she paid me 90K.
Expensive defenses with lots of very cheap drones. I think there is certainly the kind of broader picture is that this war is going to carry on as long as both sides can carry on doing that, right? And for all the kind of pressure on Ukrainians and people being, psychologically burnt out after years, especially those who've been fighting, but even those in Kyiv, from all the nights of bombing, there is no currently situation that is acceptable to Ukraine that is being offered by Trump or by Russia. The same for the Russian side. They are still demanding the same stuff they were doing in 2022. So unless Ukraine runs out of money, unless Trump pulls the plug on all intel and the Europeans don't compensate that, or something happens unexpectedly in Russia, like we had the Prigozhin mutiny at the beginning of the war, something that we weren't calculating. I don't see any end to this in a hurry.
It's a kind of sobering way to leave the chat, but we are talking.
Trump proclaimed Liberation Day, rewriting tariffs for virtually every U.S. trading partner and sending tariff rates, which now average around 12%, on a roller coaster ride.
April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn.
In the years since, he's used those tariffs to rewrite U.S. trade policy, moving from a model of cooperative trade agreements to one that emphasizes overt economic coercion against U.S. allies and adversaries alike. Here's how we got here.
Japan, 46%.
Hiking tariffs on just about every U.S. trading partner bewildered American and foreign businesses alike, not just because of the higher.
Yeah, it seems like this whole tariff thing was probably just part of some like weird corporate corruption scheme.
Rates, but because Trump announced tariffs on even some uninhabited territories, like the Heard and McDonald Islands, which are home to millions of penguins, but no humans. The average U.S. tariff rate rose from 9.1%, already much higher than under President Joe Biden, to 24.2%, the highest average rate since the Great Depression. After a week of chaos in the markets, Trump posted on his Truth Social platform that he would pause the tariffs for 90 days to allow negotiations with trading partners. The move came to be known as Trump's first taco, a Wall Street acronym for Trump always chickens out.
It's called negotiation. You set a number. And if you go down, if I set a number at a ridiculous high number and I go down a little bit, they want me to hold that number. 145% tariff. Even I said, man.
King of Greta Thunberg, VG.
Let me take a look. Activists have successfully shut down the Langebro Bridge in Copenhagen. No death penalty to the Palestinian prisoners. Yeah. Let's annoy people in Copenhagen because we're upset terrorists are going to face the death penalty. And it's the usual suspects: dumb bitch old women, Muslims, and gay beta male retard dudes. And some of these are probably paid protesters. Like, who the fuck is that? Like, the demographic background of some of these people is just weird. Why is some, like, old white dude here? So, yeah. Dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And that really got up.
Trump's tariff pause didn't alter the average tariff rate much because triple-digit levies on China remained in effect. However, it did stun some lawmakers.
What are the details? How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been...
Who would win in a fight, Jesse Ventura or Mel Gibson? Right now, it would be Mel Gibson. If you're talking about their physical prime, Jesse Ventura. Like, he was a former U.S. Marine.
The trade representative...
Or, SEAL.
...hasn't spoken to the President of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've just been in the hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet? WTF? Who's in charge?
In addition to the liberation tariffs, the U.S. and China had been escalating their trade war for months. By the spring, tariffs between the nations reached above 100%, virtually cutting off trade between the world's two largest economies. In May, the U.S. and China entered into a tariff truce, which lowered the average U.S. tariff rate from 24.2 to 15.2%.
We have reached an agreement on a 90-day pause and substantially moved down the tariff levels. Both sides on the reciprocal tariffs will move their tariffs down 115%.
Besides talking with China, Trump's team spent the summer negotiating trade agreements with many major U.S. trading partners, from the European Union to Japan and South Korea. In August, Trump announced on Truth Social that he would reimpose the Liberation Day tariffs, giving lower rates to nations that struck deals with the U.S. All told, the average tariff rate rose from 15.2% to 18.4% as a result of the move. But those reinstated tariffs would not last long. In February, the Supreme Court ruled that Trump had overstepped his authority when he used a 1970s emergency law to justify the global tariffs.
They're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Trump quickly countered the court, issuing a new 10% global tariff under a different legal authority. The move meant that the average tariff rate dropped from 18.4% to 12.1%, around where it remains today. Throughout the year, Trump's team set 3 goals for his tariff policies: bringing back manufacturing to the U.S., raising money for the government, and providing leverage for trade agreements with other nations. Let's see how they've done. Since Liberation Day, the U.S. has lost nearly 90,000 manufacturing jobs, even as industrial production has risen. Trump's team has more than tripled U.S. tariff revenue, collecting $264 billion in calendar year 2025 compared to $79 billion the year before. But so far, that revenue has been dwarfed by Trump's other economic policies, like his 2025 tax cut and his increased military spending. Also, analysis by the New York Fed shows that nearly 90% of the tariff costs have been borne by U.S. consumers and businesses. Still, Trump's team was able to use the tariffs to push about 20 trading partners into new trade agreements, including major economies like the European Union, India, Japan, South Korea, and others. In the end, the most lasting consequence of Trump's liberation year may be on how the U.S. conducts its trade policy. For decades, the U.S. relied on cooperation with global trading partners to guide its economic policy. But Trump's second term has all but dispensed with that approach, instead relying on overt economic coercion, with Trump threatening to destroy other economies with tariffs if they do not bend to his demands.
Well, that all sounds very dumb.
Change in gravity, that only...
I've got a big kitty here. Do you guys see how big this kitty is? He's really big. He's so big. How come you're so big? Mwah. Mwah. He's a really big cat. It's a big chonko. He's so big. Fuck! No, I don't hear you. I'm gonna go take a piss, and I probably have to shit too. I think that salad I ate, it's making me have to poop. So I'm gonna go pee and poop, and I will be back in just a few minutes. Just give me a moment. Oh. Oh my god. No. No, not again. Sir William Squire von Dutchmeyer donated $2.
I am here helping my friend Mel Gibson, el del Patriota. Mel Gibson. Are you Mel Gibson?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. El del Patriota. You perform in the Patriota movie? The Patriot?
That's it.
Oh.
Looks like he's still in good shape.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Long time ago, yeah.
He's kind of crazy. He doesn't believe in evolution. Thanks for the donation, dude. Donators, why does Destiny retweet all this stuff against Hassan, then he basically goes and acts like Hassan himself? Grifting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, grifting. How's my little gum? Yeah. My little gum likes to get comfy on me. Do you know Devin Laird is on the spaghetti now? Yeah, that was pretty obvious. Has he made a video about it? I don't know why. I don't know why he wasn't on Gear earlier.
Would you talk about your current steroid protocol, or is it not a good idea?
So guys, one subject that many athletes from strength sports do not talk about is about the performance enhancing drugs that they use. You know, for some strange reason, whenever someone talks about it near them and near a camera, they sort of tend to laugh it out. And obviously there's lots of reasons for that. Being, I think, the main one, the need of taking care of what you say, because as we know, what one can say can influence what others do. Therefore, this alone is a plausible reason. Though just recently, as we know, Devin is going to face Vitaly Letsin on the right hand. And as we've seen, he already lost on the left hand. He wasn't even close, 4-0. And we're already seeing some changes in him. Like if we look at his face, we can see some inflammation and all. So much so that a fan has asked him, how is his cycle doing? And this is what he responded. Take a look.
You know, that stuff is fascinating, okay? The reason why I don't publicly talk about stuff too much is I don't want to influence people, really, especially young people. I'll say that one thing, I started very late, okay? And even when I started, I'll say that I did so many things wrong. I'd say find an expert, okay? There's really good people out there who really know their stuff. It's not me. But yeah, at some point I'll open up about it. I'm just probably in a more private form. And I really think that for young athletes, you just shouldn't. I think it's probably best.
You should. Just fucking retarded. Like, especially if he's talking about arm wrestling, it's not a drug-tested sport. You're gonna get fucking rolled by people who are on gear. Turns you into an entirely different human being. And especially when you're talking about performing against other arm wrestlers that are enhanced, not only are you going to get rolled, you're also just way more likely to get fucking injured, and you're just not going to be able to fucking keep up. So it's just stupid.
Best that you just don't until you've had kids, taking yourself as far as you can naturally. I think it's probably wise. It's not me.
Also doing arm wrestling?
No.
He's a good friend of mine.
Okay.
We've known each other a long
Should I
time.
tell what I'm doing?
Yeah, whatever.
I'm the drug dealer.
Okay.
I don't know why he waited so fucking long. What's the guy's name? John Burskin or whatever. He waited a really fucking long time, and I think he only went on TRT. So I don't know. Like I think a lot of people just mention stupid shit about how, oh, it'll kill you, you won't live as long, and all this other bullshit. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't know where to get good information on how to take steroids properly and safely to avoid like side effects and shit. So like it's kind of important to fucking talk about it and like mention how to fucking take them and what side effects you had on certain drugs and like how you dealt with it. Like nobody's going to learn how to do it safely and properly, and like the overall like culture and knowledge just isn't going to get developed, but it's changing slowly. I'm going to make more videos about gear use and just talk about like, you know, all like how to take them, how to start, you know, what to look out for, you know, stuff like that.
We're here in Butler, Pennsylvania now, and across the street from us is something called Tesla Biohealing.
For a few $100s a night, guests can sleep in med bedrooms above Tesla Biohealing generators.
And they have a version of the med bed, which we've heard a lot about on the road.
First of the year, January the 1st, 2026, the med beds are coming out. It cures 6,000 diseases.
Now, the med bed solves a lot of issues, any issues you might have, almost anything. That's the whole thing about the med bed. You just lay in it and all your problems are solved.
What are med beds?
Med beds, you get in it and it goes through light and frequencies. It heals your DNA.
And apparently these have been kept secret from the general public. Just only super wealthy people have them. But now we're here. We're at a place that says they have med beds.
Tesla's website talks up biophoton or life force energy.
It's gonna feel so good to
decompress
and be healed from all of our injuries. It's called Tesla Biohealing, but it's not owned by Elon Musk. We should say that.
Right.
And I think they would say that too for legal purposes. Looking for a room for tonight. The sign says Energized Dining Crystal Ballroom. I don't know if there's a crystal ball in the room or if it's a ballroom with crystal in it. Energized Fitness and Medical Center.
One example reads, it benefits people debilitated by everything from dementia to stroke paralysis, even terminal cancers.
I've had a little bit of a sinus infection. I'm excited to be healed from a good night's sleep in a med bed. Do you have any ailments, Jerome?
Well, I have some back problems.
Life force energy is the body's ability of innate intelligence to make changes or repair itself.
James Millen, who is a doctor of chiropractic, is the Butler facility's clinical study team leader.
There's none of the bed ones that have like the biohealing.
There are, but they're like a lot more expensive.
Well, we got a room. We looked down the line, it was $93 on Expedia, but to get the Tesla Biohealing, you're gonna add an extra $150 to it, so it was $260.
Oh, here they are. So we're in our room. I guess the regular room that would have been $90, but they brought these. Oh my god. Okay, it's probably 30 pounds.
I think I saw Donald Trump post this on Truth Social, didn't he? Yes, and it's true.
After President Trump appeared to share a video that promoted a so-called cure-all bed for Americans.
Yeah, so the problem, those beds don't exist, and the video itself was AI generated.
President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first medbed hospitals and a national medbed card for every citizen.
every American will soon receive their own MedBed card.
They're already out on the East Coast.
These things are really big in the Maha
Dude.
movement. We've heard about them at Trump rallies before. The way it's pitched at Trump rallies is
It really makes so much sense now how people can make such a fuck ton of money off of supplements. Like Greg with his turkesterone and shit. Like, there are so many stupid people you can take advantage of. So many fucking idiots.
this magical medical bed that's gonna cure all diseases. And these people are trying to make money off of that. Biophotonizer for pets is $499.
But that's like really small.
It'll grow an arm, leg.
I'd heard that is actually just a conspiracy theory, the med beds thing. It's not a real thing.
Yes, it is. It's real.
A lot of the same people that believe this are like part of the anti-vax community, the MAHA movement. It's all this like alternative science that's supposed to be better for you than actual science with scientists.
Biohealer for adults. Oh, that's
$649.
Okay.
You know who had them? Cabal. The rich people had them underneath tunnels, and they got in them. That's why they live so long. They're 80, 90 years old.
Rich people like who?
Rockefellers. You know, yeah. The Bushes. All the presidents.
George H.W. Bush is dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is life force energy? Life force energy is the essential vital force of nature, believed to be the healing energy for all life. What do you know?
I worry about the level of information, I guess.
Alpha, $4,950. That's a lot. Energize fitness.
This is a nice, well-equipped gym.
This is what you're talking about? One of these big ones?
Yeah,
to put
maybe
under
you
your
just
bed?
put it under your bed, maybe help with back problems or whatever.
How much is it? Oh, there's a price. What does that say?
These are two for $20,000, but they're also 100 times stronger than what these are.
They have one of the big ones in here. People are using it to put the weight clips on top of.
Oh, yeah, that's heavy. Try and lift it.
Do you lift these things up? I don't want to.
Put it on here. Put it on the bar for me.
God, don't want to try and do that. It's really. Oh boy. See, you spend all this time trying to have it help your back, and then it hurts your back. Devices in the gym effectively recreate Earth's invigorating vitalistic energy called biophoton. Sharpen your mind and improve coordination, enhance your mobility and overall fitness, experience improvements in sexual health.
So we're trying to make ourselves comfortable here at the Tesla Biohealing Ramada by Wyndham. If you look at this, they've screwed it shut here, and they've really got this shut here, so you can't see what's inside.
This is the Tesla Biohealing generator that we're going to cut open to see what's inside.
Now I'm going to open it up and show you what's inside. So you can see what's in this can if you're getting suckered, because I didn't feel nothing from mine.
These are all the bio.
Yeah, we have. They're also underneath the benches.
This is insane.
And back behind the benches
You can literally sell people tin cans filled with nonsense.
as well.
Oh, okay. And they last kind of forever?
No, I believe that it's every either 2 years or 3 years that they have to like bring in new one, like new charged ones.
Okay.
And swap them out. Yeah,
Got
they're
it.
also like
All around
underneath these as well.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, so they're kind of all over the place.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Crystal ball.
So it's like just filled with sand.
This seems like some shit Frank would do.
Yeah, probably is some shit Frank would do. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
It's crystal. Not a crystal ball.
Yeah, settle that.
It's a good place to put your napkins.
We are.
Yo, you crushed the pencil necks on Destiny's stream about the Iran war. The nerds that are bringing up the US invading Greenland are so dumb. That was so entertaining. Thank you.
Well, glad you appreciated that. The Greenland thing is just like, I of all things to complain about, and like, are you serious? Like, that it is just such fucking ridiculous nonsense. The Greenland thing is a fucking meme. Again, ask any of these dumbasses to bet and put money on it. He's never invading Greenland. It's just fucking dumb. It's just him talking shit. And all the arguments against the Iran war are just fucking retarded. Same with the Venezuela operation. It's all just fucking retarded. And again, these people have absolutely no principles. Like, I like, Destiny bit the bullet, which was hilarious, and then he just shut his mouth because he was too embarrassed. But it's like, if the geopolitical circumstances were the same, if we were to like invade North Korea and kidnap Kim Jong-un, what's the argument against that? And they, like, Destiny bit the bullet, and he's like, yeah, because it violates their sovereignty. Like, it's a fucking joke. They have no sovereignty because they're being held hostage by their fucking regime. And they literally couldn't even give me one single downside to invading Venezuela. The only thing they could come up with is, oh, well, it changed nothing. Well, that's not a downside. Then it's neutral, right? So it's just ridiculous. So it's geopolitically advantageous to have, you know, it went into Venezuela, arrested Maduro, put in a puppet president. We now have control of their oil. They actually stole billions of fucking dollars from U.S. private industry, too. And, you know, they deposed a violent, horrible fucking dictator. Things are probably going to improve in the long run for Venezuelans. They were all happy about it, too. It improved, you know, the geopolitical power that the United States has. If China were to go to war, they can't shut down the Panama Canal. They're, it also scares the shit out of China that the U.S. was able to just defeat their Chinese radar and air defense systems so easily. And again, same with Iran. It's just going to improve security in that region. You're getting rid of a horrible, violent fucking regime. They're not going to be able to close down the Strait of Hormuz. When it's all said and done, China probably isn't going to be able to get access to their oil, which again is just going to improve. It's going to delay China's invasion of Taiwan, if it ever happens. Like, it's just all a win-win, and then all they can come up with is, it's illegal. Like, okay, so if doing something good is illegal, then maybe the law should be different, right? So it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Lenny.
Near Butler, Pennsylvania, right? Do you know anything significant that happened there?
Well, we were there. Donald Trump was shot.
Right. And then what else happened with his ear after he got shot?
Well, it was hurt. Yeah. I mean, it was... Well,
plus, you're arguing about how they're just gargling China's cock. All the non-interventionalist shit is coming from China. You do see some non-intervention bullshit from the right wing, but that's coming from Russia. Russia is also trying to infiltrate the right wing, and they're not doing it nearly as successfully. And you are seeing some non-interventionalist cucking in the right wing, not nearly to the same extent, but all that propaganda is coming from Russia. Like, notice how China doesn't want any of this, Russia doesn't want any of this. What does that tell you? If our adversaries don't want us doing it, then that probably means we should do it. 21st, $22. Are you aware Venezuela has released hundreds of political prisoners since Maduro was taken out? Watch this if you haven't. This is something you should have brought up in the debate when they say nothing good comes out of it.
Estoy en una entrevista, ¿puedes decirlo? From government for releasing prisoners.
Yep. So, yeah. Let the fascist dictator just do whatever he wants, because sovereignty, it's just fucking stupid.
Well, you saw it, there was blood. I guess, yeah, his ear looks fine now. Wait a second. What are you saying, Ron?
It's not just possible, but probable that instead of going to a hospital, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, whatever, you got a bunch of junk scientists come to a place like this, he can afford the $260, and he regrows his ear by sleeping right next to, guess what, one of these things right next to where his head would be.
So you're saying that Donald Trump was shot in Butler, his ear was bloody, and he stayed here, it regrew his ear. There's only one way to figure out if this is true. Are you familiar with Mike Tyson?
Of Mike Tyson's punch. I'm hoping you with your sinus infection and me with my back wake up feeling great.
All right, well, good night.
How do you feel, Rob?
I feel like still a little bit tired. I guess I'll trying to figure out how I feel as I wake up a little bit. I don't know. You feel better?
I feel lighter.
Lighter?
I feel like $250 lighter. It's quite simple. Basically, again, we're not doing anything. It's your own body that's doing it. See, the best physician's the one that's inside of your body.
Is that literally just cement?
Look at that. A block of concrete.
So here's what we learned about the Maha movement. You can either...
It's literally concrete.
Trust the science over the last decades that has eradicated diseases with vaccines, or you can get a canister for $10,000 and put it under your bed.
It's literally concrete. Well, yeah, dumb people will buy that.
Creator in the world. But joining me first is James Fishback, Republican candidate for governor of Florida. Well, welcome, Mr. Fishback.
Piers, thanks for having me.
So, look, a lot of people think you've got no chance of winning. What's the point? What is the point of continuing?
Well, a lot of people said that Donald Trump had no chance of winning when he ran in a 19-way primary in 2015. What I'm telling you, Piers, is that I'm here to tell the truth. And when we were at the University of Florida 2 weeks ago and we had 500 people in the audience, black, white, rich, poor, Muslim, Christian, Jew, that spoke to a real energy on the ground. And so I'm not going to put blind faith in
500 people is jack shit.
Polls that said that Hillary Clinton was the shoo-in and that Kamala Harris was the shoo-in. I'm going to speak truth out of an unapologetic love for a state that my family has called home for 4 generations now. The truth is that I love my state, but my state is hurting right now. Young couples can't afford to buy a home. People are being laid off and billionaires are firing them to bring in cheap foreign labor from South Asia, all at the same time when essential services like healthcare are being denied to veterans all over the state. And so I am fighting for a state that every single Floridian can afford, and that's why I'm running for governor.
One of the big things you've been on recently, you've been on a very critical run against Israel, particularly for roping America into the war in Iran, as you see it, because you say they're too cowardly to fight for themselves, although they are fighting, obviously, in Iran. It's interesting, because in November 2024, a few weeks after October the 7th, you said this.
So Trump moved an embassy, got Muslim-majority countries for the first time ever to recognize the rightful existence of the Jewish state of Israel, and that justifies the heinous attack we saw on October 7th? Iran was only exporting 150,000...
No energy drinks today.
barrels of oil a day under Trump. Now they're exporting 1.6 million. They're making hundreds of billions of dollars a year more. That emboldens them to give their proxies weapons, money, and the vigor to attack the Jewish state. And that is unacceptable in the international community.
So a lot of people look at that clip and the extended version and other comments you made at the time.
Dude, I love how even fucktards like this are just bodying destiny.
Well, here's a really staunch supporter of Israel and the Israeli government and the relationship with America. And now you appear to have done a massive U-turn on this and become incredibly critical of them. A, do you accept that characterization? And if so, explain the change in mind.
Well, Piers, I'm glad you played that clip and gave the full context. I'm grateful for that. What I said in that clip, I stand by today, which is that Iran should never be funding the crazy terroristic proxies of Hezbollah or the Houthis or Hamas. And I've also been critical of the Israeli government. What I'm especially critical of is the fact that they now want $200 billion for the Pentagon.
Just saw the Destiny video. Just wanted to say you smoke those nerds. Well wishes to you. Thanks for the laugh. Well, no problem, dude. Yeah, Destiny's a fucking idiot.
On to fight a war that Marco Rubio
No.
himself said, we are fighting because Israel was the proximate catalyst for getting us in this war. So two things can be true at the same time, Piers. You understand the nuance. The first thing that's true is that, no, Israel should not be attacked by Iran. And then number two is that the United States should not lose free speech rights or send billions of dollars of taxpayer money to the Israeli government every single year. And so I'm going to speak the truth in a way that I think people in my state appreciate.
Okay.
It's not
and just to be clear, do you believe that Israel has a right to exist?
I believe that countries don't have a right to exist, but I believe that people have a right to exist. And Jewish Floridians, like Christian and Muslim Floridians, have a
Okay, this guy's a fucktard.
right to exist in my state, and I will defend that right. Piers, I condemn all forms of anti-Semitism.
Hang on, just to be clear. So you don't think Israel has a right to exist?
I don't think that communist China has a right to exist, but I think the Han Chinese as an ethnicity
I'm not talking about China. I'm talking specifically about Israel, which, as you know, the Israeli government is emphatic that it has this right to exist, and that right is threatened by its neighbors, many of whom want to cause it harm.
By the way, like these are completely different things. He said the Chinese government doesn't have a right to exist. That doesn't mean China doesn't have a right to exist. He's talking about the government itself. It's like there's a difference between saying Germany has a right to exist, German people have a right to exist, and not like the Nazi regime has a right to exist. Those are all different things. This guy's a Weasley fucktard.
Through the terrorist proxies from Iran in particular. So the issue of whether it has a right to exist is a very hot one, as you know. So just to be clear, you just don't think they have a right to exist, Israel?
I don't think that any country
has
a
I know you
right
said
to
that.
exist.
I'm not talking about any country. I'm talking about specifically Israel.
He doesn't think any country has a right to exist. So he thinks America doesn't have a right to exist?
Specifically Israel, and specifically and generally every country in the world does not have an inherent right to exist. Who has a right to exist are people, and that includes Jewish Floridians who are struggling just as Christian Floridians are under the weight of a cost of living crisis, Piers. And I'm going to fight for
So this guy would state America does not have a right to exist.
Them every single day as their next governor.
Okay, let's get to the sin tax. You've proposed a 50% sin tax on...
I wish Piers grilled him on this, like, and asked him that question. Like, that's so fucking stupid.
OnlyFans creators to discourage what you call immoral behavior. So just explain that.
Well, there was a time not too long ago in the United States of America where young girls aspired to be cooks and lawyers and reporters and doctors. And nowadays they are resigned to the fact that if they have an unexpected expense or they need to cover their rent or groceries, the quickest way for them to do that is being exploited by the OnlyFans platform. And so I respect women. I respect them.
So literally being your own free agent is exploitative, but working for a boss is not exploitative. Okay, so this guy's a retard.
Enough to think that they are capable of anything they put their minds to, and I never want a woman in my state to be exploited by the online sex slavery.
Saying that you're capable of whatever you put your mind to is fucking retarded. So why don't you become an NBA basketball star, dipshit?
That is OnlyFans.
Well, I thought it was a voluntary platform.
It's not. There's nothing voluntary about a platform that exploits women and forces them to sell nude photos on the internet.
When you say
they're not forced to sell nude photos. A lot of people don't sell any nudes on OnlyFans. Okay, like, what the fuck? You're your own free agent. You can post whatever you want on fucking OnlyFans, just like how you can post whatever you want on YouTube. The idea that you have less agency on OnlyFans versus doing any other job where you work for a boss is fucking retarded.
Just to be clear about what OnlyFans is, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding about OnlyFans is it's voluntary. No one's forcing you to do it. People go on OnlyFans, create an account, and they charge money for whatever they want to put on their account. I'm not sure where the exploitation element, as you're articulating it, is.
Well, this is often the defense of sex trafficking, that a 15-year-old girl is voluntarily entering...
Sex trafficking is illegal.
And I believe that OnlyFans should be illegal as well.
Really? Why? What law are they breaking?
Well, there's nothing... Well, I would change the law. I would change the law. That's how we do things. I mean, slavery wasn't illegal, and then we said this is a...
Okay, so it's illegal to post anything on OnlyFans? He doesn't even know what OnlyFans is. It's not inherently sexual. They just allow sexual content. So this guy is anti-free speech. No.
Moral
but who's enslaving people on OnlyFans?
The law.
I'm really curious. Maybe you've consumed a lot more OnlyFans content than me. And you see trafficking and slavery and everything else, but I'm not aware that is what OnlyFans is. It has a lot of adult content, but legal adult content, which is monitored according to the law, and that people who have accounts there do so voluntarily. They open accounts and they charge money. We have somebody I'm going to bring in a moment, Sophie Rain, who has made $43 million from her account on OnlyFans. I don't think she's been enslaved or exploited. I think she's perfectly happy and enjoys what she does. I mean, I'll talk to her in a moment, but why do you feel she's a slave?
So I feel that this is a classic case of Stockholm Syndrome where
Holy shit, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You look so anabolic. Well, that's what anabolic steroids do for you, dude.
the individual, the victim, the enslaved person doesn't feel that they have real agency. This goes back to Sociology 101, peers, that someone is induced to believing they have choice, they have agency, when in fact they can't make a decision for themselves. I want young girls in my state.
Okay, so why would somebody not be expected to have the agency to decide to do OnlyFans, but they have the agency to do any other job? Like, there are jobs that are far more dangerous than OnlyFans, like being a soldier, working on an oil rig. Like, you're far more likely to die or get severely injured working on an oil rig versus just uploading nudes of yourself to OnlyFans. So is this guy saying women shouldn't be able to work, period? Because women just don't have any agency? Like, by the way, there's men who upload to OnlyFans. I have an OnlyFans account. What the this guy is a retard.
To aspire to be astronauts, doctors, nurses, small business owners. I believe a radical thing that women can do anything they put their minds to, peers, and I don't want them resigning.
So do you think, just to be clear, do you think modeling is modeling to you immoral?
I think naked modeling, however you want to euphemize it, naked modeling is immoral.
I mean, Cindy Crawford was one of the greatest iconic supermodels of all time. She's done naked modeling. So is she a sinner? Is she immoral? Should she be paying 50% back of her income?
Well, in that particular act of modeling, yes, and modeling nude, but you and I both know that Cindy Crawford was not known for her nude modeling. She was predominantly known for modeling for runway shows.
So should we retrospectively go back to every supermodel who's ever posed nude and get 50% back of their income from those pictures?
As much as I'd love to do that, that's not legally possible. What I'm going to do is I'm going to raise an OnlyFans
Why do you have a problem with
syntax.
women's naked bodies, James?
By the way, peers, you keep talking about women. There are thousands of men on...
So basically, this guy wants to erode free speech and put a tax on free speech.
OnlyFans, and this is going to apply...
So, okay, so... again, this is protected under the U.S. Constitution.
Your life has gone downhill ever since...
That's great, don't care. So if free speech should be taxed, then are we also going to expect if you have certain political beliefs, those should be taxed? Every time you say, I'm not going to vote for X person to become president, should you face like a fine?
Just as equally to them. And so you're the one selectively outraged about women.
That's a very good point.
If you're a man or a woman producing or consuming this content, and by the way, peers, what you haven't brought up is that as governor, I would also levy a consumption tax. I'm not going to spare the men in this equation as well. If you're a young man and you're watching pornography, put down the phone, go to church, pray, and find a real God-fearing woman. Society is not going to be dictated by men and...
Oh, cool, right. So if you like certain books or movies...
Coach Colton said your life is in shambles since that happened.
That's great. He doesn't know shit about me.
Women commodifying and using one another in these ephemeral...
Right, so I like reading certain, manga, like Berserk. Some people might find that offensive. Maybe I should be taxed or fined or thrown in jail because because somebody doesn't like me reading certain things. Or maybe certain movies I watch he wouldn't appreciate. Maybe I should get fined or, serve a prison sentence because I like movies like The Terminator, right?
Social relationships. No, it's not transactional sex. It is a romantic experience that is reserved for a man and a woman in the sanctity of marriage.
Okay, well, why don't we just bring in Sophie Ray?
Again, this is just so bizarre. Watching somebody nude isn't sex.
Hang on there, Jason, because it can be quite interesting to have you guys talk to each other. So, Sophie, welcome to Uncensored.
Hello, thank you for having me.
You have 4.5 million, well, there are 4.5 million OnlyFans creators. You are...
21st Century Tellers, are you calling Coach Colton a liar? Yeah, he lies constantly about everything and everyone. He's literally even had to issue, public apologies because he made up lies about people that turned out to be completely and utterly false, and, actually actively ended up harming them. There was a girl that was getting abused by her boyfriend, and some of the lies that he made up about her actually put her in danger. So yeah,
I think the highest earner It's claimed that you've made $43 million. You've got 8.5 million Instagram followers, 14 million on TikTok. So you're a massive social media phenomenon. For those who are not familiar with your work, how would you describe it?
Well, I post on many platforms. I post content on Instagram. I post content on TikTok and all the above. And I also post content on OnlyFans. And honestly, I do a little bit of everything. I do little dancing TikTok videos. I'll post Instagram photos. And then obviously my OnlyFans content.
And would you describe it as pornographic, or what would you describe it as?
I mean, I wouldn't describe it as pornographic, but it's definitely adult content for sure.
So what do you feel about James Fishback and his plan to tax you 50% as a sin tax for being a sinner?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. Florida already has no income state tax. It doesn't exist. So it seems very selective, and it seems like it's a punishment.
James, are you there, James? Yeah, you are.
If he apologizes for lies, then why didn't he make a public apology for lying about you? I guess he doesn't think he lied about you or your past relationship situation.
No, he lied, and he knowingly lied. And by the way, we were in contact with each other on Instagram. He could have asked me specific questions about the video he made. But rather, he made up a bunch of stupid assumptions that none of them were fucking true. And he lies constantly about fucking everyone. He also made up lies about Connor Sinan, and Connor Sinan also made a video calling him out. Like, he's known for being just a lying two-faced dipshit.
I mean, Sophie says that that she feels like this is a punishment. Why are you punishing her?
Well, hey, Sophie, good to meet you. It's not a punishment at all. What it is a deterrent. I think Sophie recognizes that our state was better off when young women aspired to be teachers, small business owners, doctors, and lawyers, as opposed to creating adult content. I can respect Sophie Rain as an individual and still respectfully call out that I don't want thousands of young women who are in high school today.
Guess what? It's called living in a free society, dipshit. How about we tax women for just not working, right? So... oh, why would a woman want to be a stay-at-home mom and raise children? You could do so much better for yourself. You could be a doctor or a lawyer or something. Maybe we should tax women or arrest them or put them in jail or something for just being stay-at-home moms and taking care of their family. Like, this is communist horseshit, what the guy's talking about.
To feel like the only way they can make a living when they graduate is selling adult content, video, photos of themselves on the internet. And so, Sophie, look, with all due respect, I know you're from Florida. I'm from Florida. We both love our state. I want what's best for you, and I want what's best for every single woman in our state, and that's not to be objectified and exploited by the OnlyFans owners.
Sophie, what's your response to that?
Oh
I feel like as adults, we are all able to legally make our own decisions. And I think that we should also educate a lot more on all of these opportunities that you're speaking of, because I just don't think that we should be singling out any individual for what they choose to do.
James?
Well, I want to single out drug dealers, Sophie. I want to single out people who are committing crimes in our society. And so as governor, my responsibility is very...
OnlyFans isn't a crime.
Simple. I want to make sure that there is a path. I'm not going to be one of those Republicans who's going to attack women.
And it seems to me that your initial assertions before we spoke to Sophie, that she was, that people like her on OnlyFans are enslaved, they're being exploited, and then you do an analogy just now to drugs and whatever, which are illegal, obviously. Nothing she's doing is illegal. It seems to be entirely of her own free will. She's very happy doing it. She's very popular doing it. Under the First Amendment...
Well, have you asked her that, Piers? Have you asked her if she's happy?
Under the First Amendment of the US Constitution, what business is it of yours to stick your oar in and want 50% of her cash?
No, Piers... did you ask her if she was happy? Because she posted a video 2 weeks ago on International Women's Day where she was...
Buddy, she's a fucking millionaire. Pretty sure she's happier than you fucking loser.
Interviewing her former self, who looked to be disappointed, who aspired to be, quite literally in Sophie Rain's own words, an astronaut. Sophie, you are smart. I know you. I know your family. You are capable of anything you put your mind to. And so when you're doing this little...
oh, cool. So she can be the first woman to play in the men's NBA basketball league. She can she can do anything she puts her mind to, right? Like, it's just fucking retarded. No. So people have limitations on their mental and physical abilities. That's why there's rich and poor people. That's why there's people who are not able to graduate high school. That's why there's people who are not able to graduate college. That's why certain people choose certain career fields or certain sports or don't do sports at all. Everyone has limitations imposed upon them that are beyond their control. So allowing for people to do sex work allows for people who have a limited amount of opportunities to be able to make a decent living. It's just fucking retarded what this guy is suggesting. And again, like, We know what ends up happening when you do shit like this. All of it just ends up being underground. So if this guy is going to impose like a 50% tax, guess what's going to fucking happen? It's all going to go underground. It's all going to be under the table, and then you can't regulate it, and then you're just going to expose more people to abuse and exploitation because there's no oversight or regulation behind it.
The correct way to respond to that guy Piers is debating is by likening him to fundamentalist Muslims. With his beliefs on modesty being reminiscent of radical Islam, make memes with his wife wearing a hijab etc. since Democrats already won't support him.
No, I think the more sensible comparison is communist, because this is the type of shit that communists have done. The one-child policy thing, the way they regulated that was imposing a massive tax on people who had 2 children. So, like, this is communist. So, like, this guy feels like he can impose some sort of ridiculous tax on something that ought to be covered by just basic human rights. So, if somebody wants to do a certain job that isn't illegal and isn't harming anybody, you can't just impose, like, some kind of stupid fucking retarded tax. And, like, where does it end, right? Like, can you throw people in jail if they refuse to pay the tax? Like, is this going to escalate where it then becomes criminalized? Like, it's just fucking retarded. It's communist, is what it is. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Cute Spider-Man dance online, and you're creating this adult content, know that that person that you used to be still wants something more out of you. And I, as the governor of the state, want every single...
So again, she made $43 million off of OnlyFans, and then this guy is telling her that, oh, you could have been an astronaut. You know how much money astronauts make? Astronauts generally earn between $91,300 and $178,400 annually. So you could have been an astronaut. You could have made far less fucking money and had far less freedom.
...woman in Florida to achieve their maximum potential.
Sophie?
And by the way, you know how many astronauts have fucking died? So 19 people have died during space flights that crossed or intended to cross the boundary of space, with 14 Americans and 4 Soviet, Russian, and 1 Israeli fatality. And not only that, living on a space station is also extremely stressful on your body. You end up developing osteoporosis. Your muscles also weaken. It's not good for you to live in space. So if she had become an astronaut, there's a very realistic possibility she could have literally fucking died or suffered serious long-term health consequences. You're also exposed to radiation. It's entirely possible that could have also increased her risk of something like breast cancer. So let's see, she could have been more poor, not made anywhere near as much fucking money. She could have fucking died or suffered serious health consequences. Please tell me in what way, other than just, I don't know, like admiration from other people, like, other people would have been happier for her, but like, oh, that's all that matters, right? Whether she gets approval from other people, like that's the only thing that matters, not her own personal happiness and satisfaction and what's good for her. Like, this guy's a communist fucking piece of shit. Dodo $22, the blatant flip-flop is kind of funny, you have to admit. Let me see. Campaign Trump. Childcare is childcare. You have to have it. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its own people. America first. President Trump, we can't take care of daycare, just military.
If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that. Childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first.
We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up. But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a...
I kind of agree with him. I think it's much better to handle it on a state-by-state thing. Like, here's the issue. This is even happening in the United States. AI might change this, but who the fuck knows? It's kind of a big gamble. There seems to be kind of a limit of productivity. Like, this is happening in Canada, the UK, Australia. A lot of Europe is also experiencing this. We're kind of reached a cap on productivity, yet the expectations from the government keep increasing, and this is especially true of liberal leadership. They keep expanding social services. So you keep expanding social services, but you're not really getting any more money in, and like the population is also decreasing. People are having less kids. So like something has to give. We're probably again, unless AI can solve some problem like this, we're going to have to have expectations where you are going to see a reduction in social services. And some of the social services are just kind of fucking retarded, honestly. Like when it comes to childcare, it's why the fuck are you having kids if you can't afford having kids? It's that's stupid enough. And then on top of that, it's not even affecting whether or not people have children. Like, you can expand social services all you want. It's not actually even having an impact on who does and doesn't have kids. So you're just wasting money. So fucking dumbass brokies who'd have fucking kids anyway get some peanuts to spend on their own dumb fucking kids. So, and a lot of people oh my God, dude, you've seen this happen with the Somalian daycare system. All these noble ideas of, oh, let's help children, let's expand funding for the daycare system, and then people just scam and abuse it like fucking crazy. It's just the reality.
I think just realistically speaking, I'm very happy with where I am, and I promise I would have never got to where I am without the platform. I built businesses outside of this. I am constantly, chasing new dreams and everything. I'm very happy with where I am.
Yeah, Sophie, you come from a devout Christian family, I understand. You grew up, by your own admission, pretty poor. The family didn't have much money. You relied on food stamps as a child. You were working as a waitress. You then went on OnlyFans. You said you got fired from your restaurant job when your boss discovered the account and so on. And now, obviously, you've become incredibly successful and rich doing this. What are your family...
21st, 22 hours. Looks like Clavicular had a stroke and is going to be mentally retarded for the rest of his life. Clavicular just passed out, started convulsing after getting choked out. So it looks like he got choked out, not a stroke.
Turn him over. There you go. You're good. It's okay. I'm here.
He probably didn't have enough blood flow to his brain and is just convulsing, and he might have had a seizure. But yeah, it's a common hypoxic response. I've seen that happen in jiu-jitsu. Why did he get choked out? I don't know if he deserved that. By the way, are you still in favor of single-payer healthcare, given you just said then? Yeah. You save money from it. So, it just makes sense. So yeah, if you save money and it works more efficiently, then yeah. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Family make of your transition into this world?
they're actually very supportive of me. Definitely at first they didn't really understand it, and they were.
Now, with that said, it doesn't work everywhere. There's been issues with it. Like if you look at Canada, somewhere like Quebec, for like especially when you're talking about like in the 80s, 90s, even early 2000s, they had huge issues with their socialized healthcare. They probably should have had an option for private care. But, so it doesn't work in every circumstance. Like, again, you have to have, like, a population that's productive enough and have funding for it and everything. But, yeah, somewhere like the United States absolutely should have a single payer.
I constantly hear conservatives say the phrase shoving it down our throats, so I drew the image that always comes to my mind when they say that.
All right, well, I can't show that on stream, but yeah, I think about that too. Thanks for the donation, non-web.
We're cautious of it, but I sat them down and I talked them through everything. I'm being safe. I'm doing everything legal. Like I'm good, and they're very supportive of.
And are you genuinely happy?
I am. I would have never. I own my own house. I like who at 20.
She's a fucking millionaire, dude. Like she's got $43 million fucking dollars. Like, give me a fucking break.
Anyone can say that. Like this has given me so much autonomy over my life, and I'm just so grateful for the platform because I wouldn't have been here, especially in today's economy.
Right, I mean,
21st when he told us he was stroke maxing. Clavicular was put in a rear chokehold, which caused him to convulse.
Sure
oh, so he did it. Okay, so nah, that was.
So the neck, right? Yep.
You should not do that. Yeah, that's well, he's fine after.
Wow.
Yo, he's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really dumb. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
James Fishback, I'm thinking like of, say, the Kardashians, people like that, right? They're always stripping off, and they're making millions, billions, actually, as a family, from their bodies predominantly. They don't have any other discernible real talent. It's just stripping off and being, in the media, and it's been very successful. Does your sin tax apply to them?
The sin tax applies to adult content on the internet, whether it's OnlyFans or any other platform. Peers, let me just ask.
Adult content. Okay, so that would include movies that are rated for adults, right? So if you wanted to see an R-rated movie, that's adult content. Children can't go see it. So Terminator 2, Conan the Barbarian, Deadpool, that's all covered by the sin tax. So anybody who wants to express ideas that aren't for children, or have any art or entertainment that isn't for children, like, it's just fucking retarded.
Sophie, a question. Sophie, if the number of women doing OnlyFans...
Like, by the way, the Bible probably shouldn't be read by children. Like, the amount of shit that's in the Bible. It covers rape, gang rape, sex with children, mass murder. So should the Bible be covered under the sin tax?
Tripled in Florida tomorrow. Would that be a good or a bad thing?
I think honestly, it would be a great thing. A lot of women are trying to find different ways.
They should throw that at them. So anything that's adult content. So that would include the Bible.
Ways to make more income in a heavily damaged economy. So I think that there should be those opportunities out there for these women to make an income.
Do you hear, Sophie?
Sophie and I both agree. We both agree that the economy is badly.
Can I come over?
No.
Damaged. I proudly voted for President Trump here in 2024, and I have to tell you that I am not proud of the work that he has done. We are not living in a golden age whatsoever. People in my state are struggling under the weight of this affordability crisis, and Sophie Rain and I see eye to eye that this economy is hurting a lot of people. I think that where we disagree is that the economy hurts people, and Sophie Rain wants to say, let's get them to join OnlyFans, and what I say is, let's get new job training, especially for women. Let's create new pathways, new opportunities at our public universities, career technical school. Let's create a statewide internship program for anyone under the age of 25 to get a great paying job that will teach them new skills in the 21st century. So Sophie, you and I see eye to eye where we, I think, disagree is the solution. When you say that tripling...
How does taxing OnlyFans stop women from getting an education?
Number of OnlyFans creators is a good thing. That speaks to the damage of the economy. What I want to do is create a real economy that allows people like those women to do something dignified.
You're missing.
Cool. So how does taxing OnlyFans do that?
Yeah, but James, I mean, you keep talking for Sophie, I've noticed. Right? I think you should let her speak for herself, not least because she's worth $43 million. But the point I would make is, what about the argument that women are empowered to make their own decisions about their own bodies, their own choices, their own careers?
So let me ask you a question, Piers. If a woman is empowered to make their own decision about their own body, and a woman struggles to pay the rent, do we then encourage that woman to sell one of her kidneys to pay the rent and say it was her own decision? No,
she's not selling
her
kidney.
Women.
She's not selling a kidney.
Hold on. But where do you draw the...
Yeah, the issue is that's human trafficking or organ trafficking.
Both Penis Morgan and that bitch on the right have the most unhealthy red glow to their skin. They don't know what vegetables are.
I have no idea what that chick eats. Like, there seems to be like some red lights. I don't know, her skin looks fine. Thanks for the donation, OnWeb. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah, the reason selling your organs is illegal is because that would cause fucking human organ trafficking, like in China.
The line, Piers. She is imperiling her future as a mom, as a worker. You just heard Sophie say
she was imperiling her future as a mother. I don't get that.
Piers,
how did she imperil her future as a mother?
Well, let me tell you how. You just heard Sophie tell you that she was fired from her job when her boss found out her OnlyFans.
Yeah.
She was fired from her job.
Yeah.
And now, with all due respect to Sophie, what are you going to tell your daughter in 10 or 15 years when all of these images are all over the internet and your daughter is being bullied in middle school and was told that you guys were Christians? With all due respect, what do you say then? It creates a...
I had a kid at my school who was bullied because his dad was gay. I've seen kids get bullied because their parents are janitors. I've seen kids get bullied because their parents were, like, garbage men. So, like, okay, let's make it illegal to be a janitor. Let's make it illegal to be gay. Let's make it illegal to, work at, like, to clean toilets. Because a kid could get bullied over it, right?
A real weight, a real tension between...
Like, let's also make it illegal to be fat or ugly, because I've seen kids get bullied because their parents were fat and ugly. Like...
Mom and her children, and of course a worker and her employer. I don't want to encourage women to go on OnlyFans and then get fired from their job and then have a real fight at home about what mommy did on the internet last week.
Okay, Sophie?
People have gotten fired from their jobs because they're obese. Are you going to make being obese illegal?
I mean... I'm only 21. I haven't even thought about having kids yet. But also, I think that the main discussion here is sin tax. And like in the state of Florida, there's already no income tax. So, and that's also one of the main identities of Florida is that it is a no income state tax. And I think the main issue here is you're attacking women.
Okay, this woman isn't really smart enough to really argue with this guy. I wish I could debate these people. They're so fucking stupid.
Already on the site making money.
I'm
and there's
men
multiple.
As well.
Exactly. There's multiple people on the site and not everyone does adult content. OnlyFans is a massive platform and you can do anything on there. Not everything is adult content based.
Well, I think to be fair to him, Sophie, he's not saying that everyone on OnlyFans should get the sin tax. He's just saying the people that he considers to be sinful should get a tax. And,
right.
you're one of them. He thinks you're a sinner. What do you say to that?
Well, sin tax is, he's proposing that is going to attack everyone on the OnlyFans site. So does that include all of, the cooks on there that are just selling their recipes?
No, it doesn't, Sophie. No, it doesn't.
So how do you single out?
Disingenuous.
How do you work out who's a sinner and who's
simply.
not, James? Are you going to be launching a sin purge? How are you going to do this?
We're going to put you in charge of it, Piers. And so
I have a very broad mind, James.
Oh, so he's doing the Destiny thing where he starts doing the sarcasm. So again, if he's saying this isn't a blanket tax on OnlyFans, then and it's only the sinful content, then please explain to me how you determine that. What is and is not sinful? Like he has no way, and by the way, this is paywalled content. So how the fuck are you going to get access to paywalled content and then determine whether or not it is or is not sinful?
James, I think if people are obeying the law, they can do what they like with their own lives. What's it got to do with you?
You know what? So what do you say then? Because prior to slavery being illegal, they were obeying their law. They owned 100 black people. Does that make it okay?
Oh, okay. So, literally me showing my wiener on the internet is equivalent to enslaving human beings. Okay. Like, this is retarded.
Can you look up what happened to that guy who calls himself Clavicular? I just saw a video of him convulsing on the floor.
Yeah, we literally just watched that video 3 fucking times, dude. He got choked. Thanks for the donation.
Hey, of course not. Let me get to the very specific point that I think
Why
Sophie
do you think
made in
she's a
good
slave? No, you have, of all the arguments you've used,
that's called an analogy.
Some of the points
That's
you made
called an
have
analogy.
validity. But this
Yes.
idea that somehow Sophie is some sort of slave, I'm just not buying that.
Look, Sophie may not be a slave. She hasn't made $43 million. Don't lowball her. She's made over $100 million. When I talk to young women in
Is that
our
right,
state,
Sophie?
That is correct, yes.
You made over $100 million.
In a span of
Sophie-
2 years, yes.
Sophie, if you want to be my running mate and be the lieutenant governor of Florida, it'll cost you $10 million. You'd be happy to do it. I'd be honored to have you.
Sophie?
No, I don't think so.
This guy's a dumbass loser idiot.
Out of interest, Sophie, I have to say.
You know what this is? This is rage bait retardation so that he gets more public visibility. That's all it is. This guy doesn't have enough money to like have the kind of campaign he wants, and this is just rage bait horseshit.
I mean this with no disrespect, but I'm not aware. I haven't viewed your work. What is it that makes you so popular?
I think that I'm just very transparent with my audience. I'm never over here encouraging people to try and join the site. I'm very clear on the pros and cons of it also, but I'm just very
So then
transparent.
hold on, what are the cons? Then what are the cons? What is the con? Let's be transparent. What is the con of joining?
I mean, exactly like you said, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that OnlyFans is a great site. Some of the points you are making are correct, like, you know,
Perfect.
it's damaging to the future. And I want people to understand and educate themselves, but women still should be able to make that decision for themselves at the end of the day. They shouldn't have to worry about
I'm raising a tax to disincentivize and deter it. I'm not banning it.
Yeah.
Okay, like, I mean, this is just so retarded. There are men and women who join the military and end up being so severely injured they can't have children. So is this guy going to ban military service because it would prevent somebody from having children? Like, the things he's saying are just so retarded.
That's a fair point. That is what he's doing. Sophie, if you had a daughter, would you want her to do what you're doing?
I mean, I would let her decide. It's up to her decision.
But do you think as a mother you would want that?
I think I would be supportive of it no matter what. Yes.
Sophie, would you be supportive of your son selling crack cocaine?
No, that is illegal.
Yes, because crack cocaine is the same as OnlyFans, right?
Right. So why? What is this difference between legal and illegal? Why can't we just say it's moral or immoral?
Because one's legal.
Because where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? A lot of people have different opinions.
In Afghanistan, you can marry an 8-year-old. It is quite literally.
Yeah, so it's called a free society. People can agree and disagree on things. Just because you personally find it immoral, that doesn't mean it should be illegal, you fucking idiot.
Legal in Afghanistan to marry an 8-year-old. And so does that make it right, Sophie?
We don't live in Afghanistan.
Right. What are you
Sophie,
talking about?
it's an analogy. It's an analogy. It's an analogy.
It's a ridiculous analogy. You're choosing a country with totally different laws. In the United States of America, Sophie
prior to slavery being
obeys the same
illegal,
laws that you do, James.
No, Piers. Prior to slavery being illegal, would you have opposed slavery because it was legal? It was legal, Piers. It's okay if it's legal, right?
Sophie?
Oh, you're asking me? I mean, I didn't live back then. I'm just here to talk about what we are here to talk about, which is syntax, and it's a selective.
Of course you didn't live back then, Sophie. Of course you didn't. This is my issue. I'm here to have a good faith conversation with a former Florida.
None of this is good faith. This is just rage bait horse shit.
Resident, a current Florida resident. And my point to Sophie is this, is if you want to keep doing this, then we're going to take 50% of what you earn and we're going to use it to raise public school teacher pay. Our public school teachers are not getting paid enough. We're going to use this as a resource to fund the empowerment of young women who have signed up to do something dignified, with all due respect, unlike you, and be a public school teacher, educating, inspiring, and motivating.
You know what, James?
You
know what? Here's what I would say. I've got to end this debate. Here's what I would say. I've listened to both of you, and you both made good points. But honestly, that last statement you made was so pompous and patronising. Honestly, who are you to be the great moral arbiter of what young women do with themselves legally in the United States? Who are you to say if you become governor, you're going to take half their money in a state where they don't have even state income tax? I'm not giving you odds. If you're not confident you can win, I understand it.
The odds.
And get you back on the show, and we'll have you donate.
Got it.
Well, the chronically overused, but there's no question it applies to Priya Patel, the Conservative influencer whose video on immigration has been viewed 30 million times this week so far.
This is your friendly reminder that immigration without assimilation is invasion. Got it?
Well, the problem with viral clips, of course, is that you never know if the 6-second sensation can back up their hubris on the big stage. So we thought we'd put it to a test with an uncensored debate. Joining me now are Priya Patel, the aforementioned Conservative influencer, and Brian Shapiro, host of Pushing the Limits. So first of all, Brian Shapiro has got a huge kickback, this very short video. It's gone hugely viral, obviously. The main sort of issue that people have had with this is that Priya Patel is basically lecturing people about immigration in the United States, but is called Priya Patel and therefore presumably has a heritage which might be in conflict with the statement. What's your view of this?
Well, first of all, Pierce, good to be back with you. Good to see you. Yeah, you're right. This video certainly went viral.
My issue is look at all the white nationalists that were commenting, and she knows this, on her social media pages. That's what's concerning to me, the hatred and the white nationalists that are commenting there. That would be issue number one. Issue number two for me, listen, I have no problem with people coming to this country, learning the language, and taking some classes and learning the history of America and culture. I have no problem with that at all. But what I want in this country, and I think what most people want in this country, is diversity as well. Now, we can go back to her family. I don't know a lot about her family, but in my opinion, a lot of her views and a lot of the stuff that she talks about would lead to her never being born in this country to begin with. And I think that's where she's getting some of the pushback. Listen, I don't support any racism. I don't support some of the hateful comments that she's received. But like I said, there's a lot of comments on her social media and a lot of white nationalists. That's very concerning to me, Pierce, and I have a serious problem with that. And that's not culture of America. And that's where my issue lies here.
Okay. Well, Pri Patel, you're the woman of the moment this week. This has gone massively viral. First of all, are you surprised by how much pickup this has had, this clip?
To be honest, I am surprised with the amount of attention that it's gotten, but not surprised altogether because I've had a viral video that...
Breaking news.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel.
Yep, he got a hair transplant. I keep forgetting. He raised money because he said his girlfriend stole his children from him. And he said he was going to hire a private investigator and a lawyer to get his kids back. And then he used that money on a hair transplant.
If you're new, my name is Bobby. Guys, today I want to talk about why I converted to Judaism, finally. Shabbat Shalom. It is just so much more relatable if God needs rest as well as gods. And that makes just much more sense to me as well, because if there is one God, you have to have a couple of other gods as well. To plunder, to kill ox and sheep.
Yeah, so, yeah. Nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, BB's perspective.
Hit on a very similar point prior to this. It didn't go nearly as viral, so of course that is shocking. But yes, I understand that it is a very provocative statement coming from somebody named Priya Patel. However, of course, these people have no idea about my family history and my background.
Right, which is perfectly fair enough. So let's just clear that up, because I think that's obviously key to the whole debate, because you were born in the United States, is that right?
Yes.
Right, where were your parents from? Are they from the United States or somewhere else?
My mother's from the United States. My father immigrated here as a young boy and from England, actually, not from India.
Okay, so he's English? He's English, your father, or?
He was born in Uganda, immigrated to England when he was about 3 years old after the dictator Idi Amin chased out all of the Indians out of Uganda and waited their turn to be able to come to the United States and did so when he was in his teenage years.
So you say all the Indians. So is your father part Indian, or what's his background?
My father is full Indian.
Oh, he's full Indian. So your father's Indian, your mother is American, or is she, what is she? What's her
American,
ethnicity?
yes.
And what's her ethnicity?
On my mother's side, I have ancestry date. Mixed European. She's a half German, quarter English, and then the rest is mixed European. But aside from that, I mean, I have ancestry on my mother's side of her family dating back to the 1700s in the United States. So
okay, so I'm only just trying to clarify, because as you know, there's been a lot of speculation. Not much is known about your family. But a lot of people will say, so your father was an Indian Indian immigrant from Uganda into the UK. How does that sit with you saying what you said? Because you're friendly reminder that immigration without assimilation is invasion. I mean, did your father invade the UK?
No, of course not. But there's a personal duty on the part of immigrants to assimilate to the culture of the country that they are blessed enough to come to, especially when it comes to, of course, that sort of situation. But honestly, anybody that is blessed enough to come to the United States in particular.
I mean, Brian, look, that is an argument. People say a lot of countries, the United States, the UK, others have had big issues with controlling immigration. And a lot of people say if you come to a country from another place and you refuse to assimilate in any way and want to just stay out of the society and culture that you come into, that people shouldn't tolerate that. What's your view of that argument?
Completely disagree with that. And in my personal opinion, I think in a way it's a bigoted.
Oh, okay, cool. So if you come from a culture where it's just normal to rape women, you should be able to just, rape women.
View. You can come to this country and you could learn about our culture. I have no problem with that. But that doesn't mean you have to abide by our cultures and what we do. The thing that makes America great is our diversity and the fact that there are all sorts of different cultures, people with different backgrounds that live.
Like, by the way, law is part of the culture. So is this guy arguing that you don't have to abide by a nation's law if you're an immigrant?
In the United States of America. That's the way it should be. The idea that people should be forced after they come to this country to do exactly what American U.S.
Right. So if you come from Afghanistan, you immigrate to the United States, you should be able to marry a 9-year-old.
Citizens tell them to do is absolutely absurd and ridiculous. In this country, we have freedoms. And when you become a naturalized citizen, and if you come into this country the right way, you should be allowed to do whatever you want as far as your culture is concerned, your religion is concerned. And for somebody to say you must do this or you must do that, that's against everything the United States of America stands for.
Again, according to Islam, you can marry a fucking 9-year-old or 6-year-old. Really, there's no age with marriage restriction.
And I wish she would at least admit that in this debate.
Okay, well, do you admit that, Bria?
No, I don't admit that. We have cultures and norms that we have a duty to uphold as a society, and I think that should be enforced to some degree. And whether it's on a societal or a governmental level, I guess that's up for us to eventually decide, but it has to be implemented some way or another.
Well, everybody has to abide by
the
the same... Look, to be clear, everyone has to abide by the laws of the country that they're living in, right? So that...
Law is a part of the culture.
That's just a given in somewhere like the United States or UK. So we can all agree that because that's obviously a fact. But when it comes to cultural differences, in a country of 340 million people, there are obviously myriad cultures, ethnicities, religious creeds, and so on in the United States. It's a real hot pot of people. Famously, it's how the United States was created. People came from all over the world. I'm just curious what you mean by assimilation. What should these people all be doing in a uniform way?
Well, I would disagree with the statement, Pierce, that America was built on the fact that people came from all over the world. No, it was a very, very select few group of people that came here to the United States and built it. Of course, since then, we've welcomed a good chunk of the entire world to come to our country, which I would argue is, yes.
Like, even if we were ignoring, even if we had an argument where it's like, okay, we're assuming under the circumstance they abide by the law, but in every other aspect they just have the same cultural norms that they had back home. Like, is this guy really suggesting that he'd be fine with none of these immigrants ever learning English and they only ever understood their native language? So anytime they had to file tax documents, they'd hire a translator or something. Do you think it's a good idea to have mass amounts of fucking people having some weird separate culture from the rest of the United States where they don't even learn the fucking local language? You can imagine how many fucking problems that would create where if in Dearborn, Michigan, the only fucking language they ever spoke was Arabic or Pashto or whatever the fuck.
You said that it was built on the idea that people were coming from all over the world.
Well, the whole premise of the United States of America is that people have come from everywhere, right? That's been the glorious selling point of the United States, is it's open to all. You've got to come in legally, and that's been a contentious issue. But once you get there, I'm not sure. As Brian says, why should you feel compelled to abide by a specific culture? I mean, what is the specific American culture, for example? How would you articulate it?
Why exactly? If you didn't want to assimilate to American culture, live as an American, why exactly would you leave the country that you came from to begin with if you're only going to bring your culture's customs and norms and implement them here and completely disregard that of the American people?
Maybe the same reason your father left war-torn Uganda.
Do you not understand?
Yeah, he left war-torn Uganda so that he could become American because it's a better culture.
Sure, but
do you not understand that there are people that are seeking asylum that want a better life for themselves and their families, that are afraid that they could even lose their lives? Do you understand how many people are seeking asylum and are in fear of their life? For you to make the statement
that is a very small percentage of people.
So they live in a shithole fucking country with cultures and customs that make their life a living hell, and they want to bring the cultures and customs that made their lives shit to the United States. This makes sense to you?
People coming to the United States, very, very small percentage. And the large majority of people committing
I'm just saying,
the large majority of people claiming
buddy, again, the usual suspects, just gay, beta male, fucktard, can't even bench 135. I mean,
asylum are actually economic migrants. They're not from war-torn countries or suffering under political persecution.
One of the other comments, Priya, you said, which did get a lot of attention, you said not all cultures are equal and we shouldn't be importing the third world. So what did you mean by the third world?
The third world.
I mean, I think that's pretty evident. There are a large majority of countries that are still considered third world. They are not.
Well,
they're not privy to any of the.
Which ones would you say are third world?
I mean, you could take into account a lot of countries in Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia.
Well, give me some names of
to
countries
to come from this list.
Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria.
Give me some names.
You could probably take in Uganda. For example, would actually probably be
Uganda's
considered
a
third world country
for you.
I would believe so. Yes.
Where else do you think is a third world country?
Again, Syria. Ask all the people in Sweden how much they love the Syrian, Pakistani, Somalian community. I mean, just fucking retarded. Farted.
Where does this fucked up ideology of accept all cultures from immigrants come from? There's no way this Brian Shapiro faggot actually believes what he's saying.
It's a communist, retarded brain rot horseshit. Basically, it's an idea that is supposed to promote like white guilt. This idea that white American or Western culture isn't any better than any other culture, and it's supposed to do exactly this thing where nobody has any pride in their own nation or values. They allow other cultures to come in and fucking destroy it. Mass immigration. You have a huge voting base that is opposed to their own country they fucking live in. Like, that's where it comes from. It's just communist brain rot horse shit. And again, every single one of these people who's like, cultural enrichment is so great, forcing people to assimilate is so nonsense. Bring in a bunch of like Syrian refugees, make them live around this guy, and watch him fucking move out in a heartbeat. If he has the money to do so. If this guy was surrounded by a bunch of like Syrian or Afghan or like Somalian refugees or whatever the fuck, that guy would move out of that neighborhood in a fucking heartbeat. Thanks for the donation though, Foxtrot.
There are parts of countries like Bangladesh and a great many others, but that's
Did you
somewhat aside from
classify
the point.
India as a third world country?
I think there's been a lot of debate whether it is or not. There are certain parts of India that are, of course, very westernized and would probably be considered a first world country. However, I think there are a lot of parts of India that, yes, should be considered a third world country still today.
And what do you mean by third?
Well, tell me if you'd be happy with a bunch of Indian immigrants with totally different cultural customs shitting in a public park that you like to bring your kids to.
Well, what does that mean?
We've had a lot of technological advances and societal advances that a lot of parts of the world have not managed to either keep up with or come to that at this point in time.
Okay.
Can you say
from Afghanistan, we can talk about the Muslim culture that comes from the Middle Eastern countries. I would argue that those aren't particularly equal. I mean, we see a lot
so
of
the whole Muslim culture of what,
political
over a billion, well, actually nearly 2 billion people.
I didn't say the whole Muslim culture.
Well, you said Muslim.
You just said it.
Correct.
You said Muslim, so like, great, we're playing this fucking game.
Yes, I
the
said
Muslim
some of the Muslim
culture you
cultures that we're
believe
seeing
is
from
an
the Middle
inferior.
East.
Yeah. Well, just to be, I'm trying to work out what you believe. So you think the Muslim culture is an inferior culture?
In a lot of ways, yes.
Wow.
It's just so ridiculous, Piers.
Okay.
This is so ridiculous.
Right, so when this guy makes claims like, oh wow, Republicans are insane. Well, not all Republicans. You think every Republican is crazy? Like, it's just stupid.
Brian, I think we're getting to why this comment went viral. Why both those comments went viral.
First of all, it's extremely offensive. I would ask her how many Muslim people.
Oh, it's offensive to the religion that says non-Muslims are lower than animals. The culture that says it's okay to rape children and women. It's offensive. It's offensive to the religion that says you must commit jihad and kill non-believers. That's offensive. Oh, boo-hoo. Someone's offended.
That she know, number one. Number two, when you take an entire group of people,
Quite a few, and they're actually very westernized.
No, I didn't interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. Please let me finish. When you take an entire group of people, when you take an entire group of people and say they are lesser than us, that is pure.
They are lesser than us. Muslims have worse values than the majority of fucking Americans. Like, you can find Nazis and fucking crazy retards, but when you're talking about traditional American values, yes, Islam has worse values than traditional American values.
Bigotry. And I'm not surprised.
Actually, I stated in that video my exact. You made an incorrect statement about my position.
You just thought Afghanistan was a culture, so don't talk to me about statements that people make that are not correct. Okay.
Okay. Well, why don't you go to Afghanistan? Tell me what you think of their culture, buddy.
Culture, Brian.
Pierce, here's the issue we have here, okay? And I'm going to instill politics into this. When you go on her social media page, she echoes a lot of similar things that MAGA Republicans echo, taking an entire group of people like the Laura Loomers of the world, saying they all should be deported, or in this case, taking all Muslims and saying they're inferior to Americans. She has a MAGA hat on her social media page.
Not what I said.
And what she does is she caters to MAGA Republicans in her base. It's why she gets all the views she gets. And I think it's...
Okay, so this guy is highly, highly gay. Right.
Thank you for having me. See ya. What is the name androgenic? Is that, it's not androgynous,
It's the opposite. So androgenic, it's essentially the adjective of androgen, which is male hormone.
Okay.
So if something's androgenic, it's masculine on the hormonal level. So I think it's a fucking sick name.
It is a sick name.
Yeah.
This is an awesome name.
I can't pronounce it.
You can't pronounce androgenic?
You have some
I can't
kind of
do
speech
it.
impediment?
Can I hear you try to say it?
Arborvitaes.
Can you say it?
Or I can't do it.
You can't say
Something
androgenic?
Androgynous.
I might change my name, though. I could go aristocratic for the wig and makeup.
Androgenic's kind of hard to beat.
Yeah, it is hard to beat.
It's like 6 syllables.
People know what looks maxing is. I don't need to see somebody talk about hitting themselves in the face. Is that something, you don't do that?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
With a hammer?
Fist, but not as much as anymore because I have enough bones now.
Okay.
You said a fist?
Yeah.
Your fist, not
Yep.
someone else's?
Mine.
Why don't you just take a boxing?
More precise.
Did it work?
Interesting.
It did work. I have bones now.
Okay.
Actually, to be fair, I don't know how much is scar tissue, but the tissue's there.
How do you not get CTE from doing that? And we'll use
You brace.
audio effects to edit that part out. What?
You have to brace.
You have to brace?
Does he look happy?
Does he look happy?
Yes, or content? What does he look like?
He looks
jubilant.
Happy. Yeah.
Nice. Cool. Just making sure.
He looks happy.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you hit yourself in the face.
Yep.
You do steroids and stuff?
Yep.
You're wearing a wig?
Yep.
You got surgery?
Yep.
Did you get heights? Well, you didn't get height surgery, obviously.
Not yet.
Are you gonna?
Nah.
Okay. What, you got hair?
Do I have hair?
You got hair surgery?
Yeah.
In Thailand?
Yep.
What did they do to you?
They brutalized the fuck out of me. They needled my scalp with topical anesthetic that barely worked. It was fairly brutal, but you know, like you said, you have to suffer for a bit.
Was it just needling?
I don't even know the exact process. They like take every graft out individually, like 5,000 grafts.
Okay.
Yeah, or 3,000, I think, and they implant them. Yeah, with like kind of a needle.
What's the hardest thing you've ever had to go through physically?
That's got to be up there. I'm not even joking. That's got to be up there.
Have you had anything awful happen to you yet?
Hardest thing I had to go through physically was the circumcision. That was fucking horrendous.
No, really. Not too well.
You know what's funny? If Westerners migrated to Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, and so on, and started advocating for secular liberal values like diversity, equal rights for gays, the Pakistanis and Iraqis would call for their mass deportation.
No, they'd kill them. They'd literally have them fucking mass murdered. So, yeah. Retarded. Like, again, we're importing people that come from a culture where they're totally fine with murdering people for differing political or religious beliefs. And then they're saying, like, oh, well, there's no reason to adapt to American culture. So would they be fine with that? Would they be fine with somebody maintaining the cultural value that it's okay to kill somebody for religious reasons? Like, it's fucking insane what they're saying. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
Awful. It's good to avoid awful things happening to you. Valentine, you're just untouched by all the life's awful things. But soon, you'll learn. What's the other surgery you got?
Rhinoplasty, nose job.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't look different because the swelling lasts ages. But honestly, it already looks slightly improved, and it's been like 5 weeks, and that's actually pretty good. Pretty good timeline. I got it straightened, I got the bridge slightly trimmed, and then I got it deprojected by cutting out some of the columnella and slightly upturned.
This looks maxing stuff. What kind of space does it occupy?
I don't see what the fuck, like, it's weird. I don't know what the... Bobby Mentz donated $2. Let me see.
It has to be mentioned that porn is being consumed from very early ages out on. A matter of fact, if you look into it, I don't know if you can find a study on it, but me and my childhood friends, the first porn that we watched, we were probably around 11 years old. And this is absolutely horrendous, of course, because ultimately, this is, I would claim, indirect child molestation.
First time I ever jerked off was when I was like 5 years old. I might have even been younger. I might have been like 4, but I think I was like 5. I was at daycare. There was some girl playing Twister, and she had a skirt on, and I saw up her skirt, and she had like fucking panties, and I saw her butt, and I just like hid somewhere and jerked off. Like, I mean, if it, like if something, I just, it's just weird. If you go through fucking life and you have sexual interests, you're gonna fucking like jerk off and get horny. I think people are like, there's definitely something to be said about porn use and moderating it and whatnot, but like, I think it's just so overblown, this like fear mongering about porn.
Truly. So a child is exposed to vulgar sexual acts where adults are performing. Your brain cannot distinguish at all. When you as an adult watch pornography, you're basically a voyeur, a pervert that is watching other people having sex. This is what your brain
it's hot.
registers. Nothing else. You're simply a pervert that is watching others in the act, pleasuring himself. This is all that is real to your brain. Nothing more, nothing less.
I don't know what the fuck is even meant by this. Like, when somebody says something, it's real to your brain, what does that mean? I don't know what the fuck they mean by that. And, like, I mean, if watching porn is real to your brain, is watching a violent movie real to your brain? Is playing a violent video game real to your brain? Like, what does this mean?
And now think about the child. For the child's brain, it is real. It is real. That child is exposed to real adults having sex. And matter of fact, just because we label it as not real because it's a bunch of pixels on a screen, it is still real people that perform those acts. So this truly happened, and the child truly saw it. And the brain thinks that it's seeing it directly in front of it. And therefore...
Okay, that was nice and dumb. Thanks for the donation, Bobby Mentz.
Occupy for you mentally? Is it like your life quest to look perfect?
No, not really. It's not like that big of a part, especially nowadays.
You know, I think we'll watch this tomorrow. That'd probably be a better time. Because it's almost 3 a.m. My mom might be coming over tomorrow, so if that happens, we'll probably do a workout stream with my mom. And maybe she'll come on and just stream with me at night. Who knows? Takeover. I really hate how YouTube's defaulting to potato quality. It's only on this computer. I don't know why this computer, it defaults to potato mode. It's really weird. Strongman cycle. Let's watch Greg.
A few extra things just to see.
This will be the last one we react to.
Can I get the most out of my body?
This is ridiculous. And so the people that are thinking that Mitchell Hooper is lying about his cycle, you don't lie and admit to taking something ridiculous at the same time.
His steroid cycle is extraordinarily moderate. I would have figured he'd be taking more. And I can understand why some people think he's lying, and he might be. Like, people have made the joke, ask Mitch Hooper's wife if he's full of shit. Like, this guy was cheating on his wife. He had some sort of romantic affair with some other woman. You can also look at his, like, fucking Instagram account. He's following every fucking hot CrossFit chick. He's a massive fucking gooner. He almost divorced his wife and shit because of his cheating. It was a funny, like, little scandal, and I think on his own subreddit, they, like, banned anybody fucking talking about it. So he could be lying, but, who the fuck knows?
You're not going to believe it, but Mitchell Hooper, world's strongest man, one of the strongest men of all time, has actually revealed his cycle. And I'm not just talking about peptides, I'm talking about all of the...
Bobby Mentz, 20 tellers, watch from 31 seconds.
Medical disclaimer. The info...
Alright, Alright guys, welcome back to the channel. If you're new, my name is Bobby. Guys, today a controversial video. Why I started smoking cigarettes. Yes, this is not clickbait, this is actually true. I indeed started smoking cigarettes, and this must come to a surprise, especially for people that followed me back in the day, when I used to be somewhat...
I think he just stopped giving a fuck and he just wants to die. He seems like somebody who has a huge amount of anxiety. You can look at his channel history, like this guy has anxiety issues, and cigarette smoking probably helps with his anxiety.
Somewhat of a healthy YouTuber. I talked about diet, veganism, raw veganism, carnivore diet, keto diet, fitness, etc., you name it. And now I'm smoking cigarettes. What happened? Well, for this we have to rewind and we have to go back to 2020 when the whole COVID situation escalated. And matter of fact, again, people that followed me through that period would know that I was absolutely against the whole governmental propaganda, which I still am to this very day. I was against the vaccine. I was against COVID.
Is he
I thought it's a
literally
whole...
gonna argue that cigarette smoking is not bad and it's all government propaganda? I wonder if he's going to bring up the HIV photo on the cigarette pack.
I didn't take any jab till today, so I can still say that proudly. However, I have to say that I got very, very sick. Yes, I got COVID, not only one time, not only twice. I think in the end I got it at least like 4 or 5 times. And every single time I would get it, it would get even more severe. I got it once in Macedonia.
Yes, I got COVID 4 times and I nearly died, but the vaccine is bullshit even though it saves people's lives.
Then in France, I believe, in Portugal, in Germany, and then the final stroke was in Thailand.
What an idiot.
I got hit so hard by COVID that I ended up in the hospital and I ended up being sick for basically a whole year. Nothing helped. I, with my approach, of course, started first with the alternative healing methods, be it fasting, be it a very, very clean diet yet again, be it raw meat, be it keto diet, be it juicing for a while. I tried that as well, hospital yet again. And
by the way, cigarette smokers are at a way higher risk of dying of COVID.
They diagnosed me with long COVID symptoms that, due to non-treatment, ultimately ended up in an autoimmune disorder. And this is not my first tango. For people that follow this channel, you know that I had my first battle with autoimmune issues 2011. I documented this here on this channel, but those videos unfortunately got deleted because, matter of fact, I was able to battle my autoimmune disorder back in the day with the usage of psilocybin mushrooms and ayahuasca in the Amazon rainforest. That truly helped me back in the day. Anyways, this time nothing helped. No matter what I would try, the autoimmune disorder would just persist. And it got so bad that I would get out of bed and my eyes would be red. I'm not talking about bloodshot eyes. Oh, you're just tired, you're getting old. No, my eyes would be bloodshot red. They looked like hell, and my hands would start swelling, they would get thick, my knees, my ankles, everything would be swollen. Needless to say, I wasn't able to work out anymore. Before that, I was competing in jiu-jitsu tournaments, and all of a sudden, I couldn't do anything anymore. I ended up in the hospital again, this time with pneumonia, and I almost died. Absolutely unbelievable. On that note, thank you guys for supporting me throughout that time. You were there for me back then as well. It was a horrific time. The doctor told me that I'm potentially gonna die. Plugged me to an IV, gave me 2 or 3 different antibiotics, electrolytes and whatnot, and thank God I survived all of that. But the point of the story is that the autoimmune disorder still persisted. And this is why they then decided, the doctors here in Thailand, to put me on hydroxychloroquine. And hydroxychloroquine curbed definitely the symptoms. I felt much, much better on it. But if I would skip a day or so...
There's no real evidence that it does anything.
The symptoms would come back. The body ache, the pain, the fatigue, the swelling, the fevers, everything. Nothing truly helped. And so now, to cut a long story short, a few months ago, I think it was maybe 3 months ago or so, I heard about nicotine therapy for long COVID symptoms. And therefore I started with nicotine.
Yeah, so... why wouldn't you just take lozenges?
Gum at first, and that seemingly helped a little bit. I would say I got a 20% improvement or so of my symptoms, maybe even 30%. But it wasn't really healing me completely, and this is why I graduated then.
Yes, cigarette smoking for healing.
And I took nicotine patches, those plasters. The issue with those nicotine patches was that it would make me feel sick. So now people will say, maybe it was just too high dosed. It wasn't. I took a 7 milligram patch, and I only put it on for 2 or 3 hours at first, so therefore this shouldn't have been too much nicotine. But something about this artificial nicotine made me feel very sick, very nauseous, anxious as well. I didn't like the feeling whatsoever. So I got back to the nicotine gums again. And yet again, there was some...
Depending on how the nicotine is absorbed, it gets metabolized differently. So if it goes through your skin, it's going to have a different effect. Marijuana is kind of similar. If you inhale marijuana, it has it's metabolized differently compared to how you eat it, and the kind of high you get is different as a result. So if you're getting nicotine, the majority of it, whether you smoke it or eat it or like put it through your mouth, majority of it's absorbed through your mouth, actually.
Improvement. I definitely saw an improvement, but I wasn't healed yet. And so because I still couldn't work out, because I still couldn't get my health back, a friend from Germany came to visit, and he smoked a cigarette. And in that desperate night, in this desperado mode, I said, you know what? I can't do this anymore, man. What's the point? I'm eating a healthy diet. I'm working my butt off. I'm working every day here on this YouTube channel. By the way, it is at least like 10 hours per day that goes into this. So I'm working, I'm doing everything, man. I would wake up and my throat would be inflamed, as if I would have the flu. Even though I wasn't really sick, I would have an inflamed throat, an itchy throat, tonsils would itch, a coated tongue as well. And after smoking that cigarette...
Ramadan Mubarak, guys, it is time to log in, and it's time to simple reason. They're not
better right away. So I thought, okay, this must be just a nicotine hit, and there cannot be much more to it. However, the next day I woke up and I still felt better. And this is when I decided, you know what, I'm going to do an experiment now, and I'm going to start smoking. For the sake of science, for the sake of health. And this is what I did. At first I smoked maybe 3 to 4.
This guy is a real retard.
5 cigarettes per day. At the moment I'm smoking maybe 7 cigarettes or so per day. And I know that this is totally counterintuitive. And no, I'm not paid or sponsored by Big Tobacco. I wish I would, honestly. Marlboro, if you want to sponsor this video, I'm all for it. I'm smoking Marlboro Golds on that note. But the point is that, truly, since I'm smoking cigarettes, I was able to return to the gym. Inshallah, soon I can go back to jiu-jitsu as well, to fighting. But right now I'm stabilizing my body and I'm able to work out.
So he started smoking cigarettes to improve his health. This guy is cracked beyond belief. Like, I knew this guy was dumb, but holy fuck.
Steroids, doses, the names, everything. He is sick and tired of keeping it hush-hush. The world should know. What are people doing? What are they not doing? Because with knowledge comes power. We're going to be going over his cycle. What does he do good? What does he do bad? What is his future cycle going to look like? It is much stronger than last time. Let's get right into it. And so the first thing I want to point out is I've read the comments, and essentially everyone is happy to see that Mitchell Hooper came out and was honest. Gone are the days that if you admit that you're not natural, that you're taking certain substances, that everyone is going to hate you, that they're very well received.
I do want to highlight, I'm not a doctor. I'm not telling you what to do.
It's a research peptide only. He can't use it. Now, if you go to AlgoRx,
used to win World's Strongest Man.
What exactly did he use to win the World's Strongest Man? We're going to go over this first, and then we'll go over what he's going.
Looks like Greg's hair transplant isn't holding up all that well. He's got this weird coif going.
To be using for his next competition, which is significantly stronger.
To win World's Strongest Man, simple as this: 500 milligrams of testosterone a week, 300 milligrams of NPP a week, 100 milligrams of masteron a week. That's it.
And so it's in.
So that is not a particularly high dose. He's not taking much more steroids than I am. So I'm on 437 milligrams of test, 105 milligrams Boldnone, and 70 milligrams of nandrolone phenylpropionate a week. So what his total stack is 900 milligrams. I'm at 600, just over 600. So he's only on 300 milligrams more total anabolics than I am. And since this is phenylpropionate, I'm assuming this is split up across daily doses, and he's probably taking this for joint health. Nandrolone, if you look at medical research on it, it's often prescribed for joint pain. And the dosage ranges from as little as 50 milligrams to 300 milligrams for treatment of joint pain. They even give nandrolone either decanoate or phenylpropionate to like grandmas. So men and women get prescribed nandrolone for joint pain. So I'm assuming that's probably why he's on 300 milligrams of NPP. It's probably like, it's an additional anabolic, which, has that benefit. But I'm assuming he's on NPP primarily because it helps with his joints.
Milligrams of Masteron a week, that's it.
And so his entire stack, 500.
And chances are the little bit of Masteron is just used as estrogen control. That's what I'm guessing. Some people seem to get a really big benefit for strength on Masteron, but I'm assuming it has something to do with just estrogen control because it acts as a serum.
100 milligrams of Masteron a week, that's it.
And so his entire stack, 500 milligrams of test. It's very basic, very common. 300 milligrams of NPP, which is fast-acting DECA. Again, nothing out of the ordinary, as well as only 100 milligrams of Masteron. And so the total strength of this cycle is only 900 milligrams. The shocking thing about this for most people is that they're not going to believe that this is all that he was doing. They're going to be thinking, there's no way you could win World's Strongest Man without using Tren, without blasting 1,000 milligrams of
Did you know Chase Irons got to 20,000 nanograms/Dl at one point? He probably felt like a god. Who needs a god when you've got drugs? You are the drugs.
Yeah, I know. I was following his YouTube channel when he was doing that. I can't remember how much testosterone he was injecting per week, but I remember he was talking about like running out of injection spots, and like he was doing multiple milliliters in each injection spot, and he even had to do his quads and stuff, and like multiple points in his glutes. So I wouldn't want to do that just because even if it was fine, just the total amount of like oil you have to inject just sounds nauseating. But thanks for the donation, Foxtrot.
test without doing perhaps 500 milligrams of DECA, but yet why would he lie? You can believe him or you cannot. I personally believe him. I don't think that he's lying. He's coming out and saying, this is what I took. And the next cycle that he's describing is significantly stronger than this. Here's the thing that people don't understand. Less is often more. When you use steroids just on HRT, I'm on 140 milligrams of test a week. And so this is technically about 5 times stronger than what I'm doing. And let me tell you this, HRT is very, very powerful for those of you who haven't experienced it, who have never been on it. Even very low levels of testosterone can make a night and day difference in your physique, in your training, how you feel, everything. Remember Alex Eubank? Did he not put on about 14 pounds of muscle in about 6 weeks by only doing around 200 milligrams of test? It wasn't.
Yeah, you don't need that much.
That much testosterone, yet his testosterone was at about 1,500 nanograms per deciliter. Mitchell is doing 4 times as much as Alex Eubank. Then doesn't it make sense that Mitchell Hooper could gain even more by increasing that dose, even though it's under 1,000? There's something known as the law of diminished returns. The first amount that you do, gains are through the roof. If you add a little bit more, the gains slow down. And as you continue to increase the doses, the gains are less and less amazing. And by that, I mean this. Mitchell's entire stack totals 900 milligrams. That perhaps is giving him 90% of the total benefit of steroids in totality. He might double his doses, triple his doses, quadruple, quintuple, and only experience 5 to 10% better gains.
I think I'm going back to doing strength endurance workouts for a while. I always got better results getting toned with those workouts. Also, Hannah Spear has a new video. Can you react?
We can react to this tomorrow. Have we seen this already? Because, I'm pretty sure we already watched this. Yeah, we already watched that. You sent me this before, and we watched it. It was the crazy, like, Mormon bitch who was saying she was,
Repentance.
cheating or having, like, swinger parties.
Violence isn't just a high neuroticism. You have a lot of neurotic.
Yeah, we already
like
watched
this
this one. But yeah, you know, like, you gotta do what works, dude. So if you get the best results doing, like, higher rep work, just go for it. You know, whatever gets you in shape. But thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
And once you increase past a certain threshold, your gains are actually going to go down. Those of you who have tried taking too much tren, for example, myself, you notice you can't sleep, you feel like garbage, your anxiety is through the roof, and so your gains actually go down. If you can't sleep and you can't recover, how are you going to make more progress? And so in the world of steroid use, oftentimes less means more. The 500 testosterone is going to be doing the majority of the heavy lifting in this cycle. The body makes testosterone, it's increasing it to 500. And so just on the 500 milligrams of test alone, that is going to make significant changes. Night and day transformation. Even without the NPP and the masterone, that would dramatically make him stronger. The NPP, it's going to lubricate the joints. It's going to add to the strength of the cycle, going to make him hold on to more water weight and get more full. And so that combination with the addition of eating in a calorie surplus and eating a lot of food, he's going to put on a ton of weight. And in powerlifting, mass moves mass. The bigger he can get, the more he's going to lift. The 100 milligrams of masterone at the end, it's barely going to do anything. And so I personally believe that if he had have increased his masterone to perhaps 300 milligrams, maybe even 500, he would have improved that much more. But he didn't need it. Why would you use more of a dangerous substance like steroids when you're already going to win without it? If he can win on 900 milligrams, would he not also win on 1,500 milligrams or 2,000 milligrams? And so why not take 900? Now, let's pretend he has the best genetics of all time. He's a phenom. It doesn't make any sense. Once every billion years, a phenom comes like Mitchell Hooper. His genetics are so good that even without testosterone, he could still win. Why would he take anything? If you win every single competition and you're natural, why would you take gear? Ronnie Coleman is stated that he turned professional natural, that he competed on the Olympia stage natural. He was winning competitions as an IFBB pro while being natural. And once he went on steroids, he then went on to win 8 Mr. Olympia titles. And if you look at how big his physique is at the end of his career, you have to be thinking, if a man can get that big, imagine how big he could get while being natural. And so it's certainly possible that Ronnie Coleman earned his pro card while being natty and perhaps even won a pro show while being natty. And then at that point added additional steroids in order to get that physique. It doesn't make sense. It's hard to believe. But remember, once every several hundred or several thousand years, an athlete is going to come around that we just can't understand how strong they are.
Take a look at me when I won World's Strongest.
Look at how handsome my gum is. Just being a sweet little kitty, cuddling, napping while we're watching videos. Just a good boy.
Man, I didn't look like someone who was on a whole bunch of stuff.
Yes, he does. He's 6'2", 6'3", and 330 pounds. That looks like a man who's on a lot of stuff. Now, is he shredded? Does he look like an IFBB pro bodybuilder? No. He looks like a strongman competitor. He doesn't look morbidly obese, although he is most certainly overweight, but he has huge muscles. If you see Mitchell in person and you stand next to him, you're not thinking, oh yeah, bro, probably natural. He absolutely looks like he's on steroids, of which he is.
Coming into Enhanced Games, I'm going to do a few extra things just to see, can I get the most out of my body by committing to a few new things?
And so for the Enhanced Games, what exactly is going to add on?
I'm going to up my dose of testosterone from 500 milligrams a week to 750 milligrams a week.
Mitchell, he really wants to win the Enhanced Games. It's the first ever Enhanced Games. He wants to make it memorable. He's trying to set the world record for the deadlift. He wants to beat Thor. For that, rather than just playing it safe.
I don't think he's going to be able to beat Thor.
500 milligrams of test, 300 deca, 100 masterone. He's thinking, I need more. That cycle is not enough. And so he's pushed the doses up. He's going to try to get every ounce of muscle out of his frame and improve that deadlift to well over 1,100 pounds. And so testosterone goes from 500 to 750 milligrams. That's a 50% increase. You're thinking that's not much. It's only 250 milligrams. I'm on 140. If you add 250,
I'm pretty goddamn sure he was natural in his natty competitions. Like, there's no explaining how he got that much larger. You don't just do a little bit of steroids and then you do more and then you just suddenly blow up and gain a massive amount of weight. It just doesn't work like that.
it's a huge increase. And so he should expect to gain more muscle, more size, but also may experience more side effects. Remember, testosterone converts to estrogen. He might, in fact, develop gynecomastia. He might be retaining more water.
On 500 test and 300 nandrolone, if he can handle that and not get gyno, he's clearly not prone to it.
And his blood pressure might go through.
It is phenylpropionate. Chances are the likelihood of getting gyno from phenylpropionate is lower, but if you can be on 500 test, 300 nandrolone with just 100 masteron, you're probably not prone to gyno.
The roof. You have to be careful. He's getting monitored. He's getting regular blood work, getting his blood pressure taken to ensure that what he's doing isn't too dangerous, as he doesn't want that enhanced games to be his last.
I'm going to stick at 300 milligrams of NPP.
Notably,
no, I'm not going to breed Gum Gum. He's neutered, so you cannot breed him. Could clone him, but I'm not going to do that. He's my sweet little Gum Gum. He's a really good kitty. He's the best cuddle buddy. Just look at him. He's just a good Gum Gum.
The NPP, he's going to keep it the same. Myself, when I did NPP, my downstairs, it wouldn't work. I could try hard, but it couldn't get harder than last time. And so was having a lot of problems. Couldn't, let's just say, end things in the bedroom. Could start it, but couldn't finish. Very, very frustrating. And so perhaps he doesn't want to add to that.
I'm not going to take Masteron because that's not on the approved list.
Masteron he cannot use, which is so strange to me. You're allowed to take whatever steroids you want as long as they're approved in whatever doses, but you can't take Masteron.
I'm taking 16 milligrams of Adderall only on heavy competition days. I have a prescription for this.
He's adding in 16 milligrams of Adderall. That is a lot. I've taken Adderall in the past. 10 milligrams for me, if I took that today, I would be running around the house with energy from morning until night.
I might want to get an Adderall prescription. Might set up an appointment.
It's very, very strong. It's not good for your heart. If you're doing so, it can be very addictive, especially when you build up the doses. I've had several friends, I've coached athletes who they start at 10 milligrams. Pretty soon it's 20 and it's at 30. And before you know it, they're on abusive doses of Adderall. And so please be careful.
You're not going to gain that much weight from being on just anabolic steroids and then adding in GH. It doesn't work that way.
It's quite variable in what I can and cannot take, but I have to be very careful on upping and dropping the doses of Adderall.
And remember, Mitchell Hooper lives in Canada. He lives in the north. Steroid use is not illegal. And so he can openly talk about this. He can admit it. The government can see it, the police, everybody. And then to say, you're not breaking any laws. And so he can do what he wants.
Yep. Good old Canada. They're trying to make guns illegal, but at least they're not, if anything, they're expanding the legality of drugs in general. Like, they legalized weed. Chances are they're gonna make magic mushrooms legal. Steroids are legal, but, yeah, they are trying to take away our guns.
Remember, in our country, you're allowed to take steroids. You just can't sell them.
I'm going to add in Halo. Halo can be really good for strength, 50 milligrams a day.
This is an absolute no. This is ridiculous. And so the people that are thinking that Mitchell Hooper is lying about his cycle, you don't lie and admit to taking something ridiculous at the same time. Hepatotoxic like no other, absolutely destroy your liver.
There's definitely harsher compounds for your liver. Probably DHB is worse. I don't know if it's much worse than Anadrol. Dianabol is probably also... I guess it depends on the dose. Dianabol's pretty bad. And I'm pretty sure methyl testosterone, the oral testosterone they used to give, pretty sure that's worse too. I don't think they really sell that anymore. I haven't seen it. But if you're only doing it for a short period of time, it's just not a big deal. Your liver is very good at repairing itself from injury. So if you're only on it for a couple weeks, it's just not a big deal.
I've taken 50 milligrams of Halo once. One time in my life for a powerlifting meet. And on that day, I didn't feel like I could jump over a wall. I felt like I could run through it. I can't express how ridiculous this is. 50 milligrams.
Cool. So he's telling me I should try Halo.
And so when I've coached athletes, I've coached myself and so on, I work my way up to 20, starting at 5, perhaps going to 10, eventually going up to 20. Now, Mr. Mike, remember Mr. Mike? He admitted to taking halotestin during his prep, and all he felt was rage. Do you know the dose that he admitted, or let's call it, tried to convince us that all he was taking? 5. Which person do you think is more credible? Mr. Mike, who said he's taking 5 milligrams of halotestin, or Mitchell Hooper, who says he's taking 50? One of them.
I can almost guarantee you with absolute certainty Mike Israetel lies about what steroids he's on and what doses. That guy just loves lying for no reason. Everyone responds to drugs differently. Somebody might go nuts on 5 milligrams Halo. Other people, they might just feel fine on 50.
Them is probably correct, and one is probably a liar. You take your pick. And so if I were coaching Mitchell, I most certainly would be telling him, please reduce your doses.
What's your opinion on Greg's physique? He's got a great physique. Seems like a lot of pros don't consider it a pro physique. I don't know what they mean by that.
20 milligrams, perhaps 30. He's a large man. 30 at most. Now, on competition day, if you want to take 50 milligrams, just that one day, you can risk it.
I'm going to add in Anadrol 100 milligrams a day.
100 milligrams of Adadrol with 50 milligrams of Halo. Now remember, either or on their own is a lot. I once tried that as well. And you know what happened? I would wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom to do number 3. I couldn't keep food down. I constantly had GERD. I required to take medications. Polypharmacy, if you will.
Anadrol seems to be particularly bad for digestion. He might be taking injectable Anadrol, and I'm pretty sure he actually gets his steroids from the same supplier as me. Like at least under normal circumstance. I think for the enhanced games, they might be supplying his drugs for him through prescription. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But I'm pretty sure he might actually be using the same supplier. A lot of people who live on the East Coast, which he does, gets it from my supplier, and they have injectable Anadrol.
Well, in order to combat one drug, I had to take another. I couldn't handle it. It made me feel nauseous all of the time. In lower doses, some people will say it has an increased appetite, but in higher doses, it can decrease your appetite. This is a lot. And so if he does these two together in unison for, let's call it 4 to 6 weeks.
He clearly tolerates it well if he's on it.
That is so stressful on your liver that I would strongly not recommend it. Now, 50 milligrams, although not healthy.
Like, you also have to keep in mind, Mitchell Hooper's a much larger person. Like, Greg is like, what, 5'6", according to him? He might be a little shorter. He might be sneaking in half an inch, but, and Greg only weighs like, what, 170 pounds or something? Mitch is like 6'2" or 3, and he's close to like 350.
I could see him easily doing that. 100 Without the halo, maybe he is a big man, but in combination, using everything, this is clearly not healthy. And so what most people would recommend is that when you're using steroids, especially for longer durations, that you use more injectable versus oral. Oral steroids first pass the liver. And so in doing so, it's going to create more damage. In comparison, if you were using injectable steroids, that would be a lot safer.
Performance enhancements are not at the top of my list personally because I've never really had these major issues with blood work, with my heart, with all of these tests that I do. What I am concerned about, I'm 335 pounds.
All of us do certain things in this world. We all have our vices. Why is steroid seen as so bad? He gets his blood work done. He looks at his markers. He says, for me, it's not that bad. What's really bad for myself is weighing between 330 and 340 pounds. And do you know why he weighs that much? Well, it's partially from the steroids, but it's also because he eats too much. When you're in a calorie surplus for years, your body over time is going to add more muscle as well as body fat. Your body doesn't give a shit whether it's muscle and or fat.
Honestly, if you look at the health problems that a lot of strength athletes get, that includes bodybuilders, powerlifters, strongmen, it's more related to their diet than the drugs they take. Steroids are way fucking safer than people think. It's the ridiculous amount of food they eat, and like they eat a lot of bad foods, like, you know, red meat, a lot of processed junk just to get calories in. Not a lot of fruits and vegetables. So yeah, like there's a reason why these drugs are FDA approved for human use. They're very safe. And you can look at the safety and tolerance of things like testosterone, nandrolone. Like they prescribe nandrolone to fucking grandmothers with joint pain. So they're remarkably safe drugs. It's the diet and lifestyle these people have that would give them the majority of their health problems.
If you're 340 pounds, you're 340 pounds, and that causes more strain on the heart, has to pump harder, has to work harder. And so there's an additional strain. He knows that he's overweight. He knows that he's obese, but he makes a living from strongman. It's his passion. He enjoys doing it, and he accepts the consequences. He's also not a teenager. All these kids of today taking steroids at 16, they're not ready to make these kind of decisions. Mitchell Hooper is a grown man. He's an adult, and he's trying to be the strongest man in the world for years to come. It's different if he decides to do this.
100 milligrams of Anadrol per day is a pretty hefty dose. Most people only take 25. High dose is considered 50, so that's quite a bit of Anadrol. He must like it, though. I've been curious about trying it.
Than if you're 16. He was not taking steroids at 16. He didn't start until he was in his 20s.
I don't exercise much. Exercise volume for a strength athlete is very low, meaning that my aerobic fitness, my VO2 max, is much lower than it should be.
And so if Mitchell wanted to live longer than last time, he would stop using steroids, he would go on HRT, he would quit powerlifting and strongman, and compete on a bicycle against Coach Greg. And why do I say this? Just because I like racing bikes. And so his VO2 max in comparison isn't all that high. And so what I believe is 330 pounds, yes, but many of the strongmen are over 400 pounds. Look at Thor.
Being morbidly obese, as I am, that's anyone with a BMI over 40, that's a 2.5x risk on all-cause mortality. I'm 2.5 times more likely to die.
His chances of dying are...
Well, that's not true. So when you look at BMI is kind of a joke. There's actually a really interesting study, like looking at how accurate BMI predicts obesity. I think something like 70% of men, or it was either 50 or 70% of men who were below the BMI cutoff for obesity were actually obese if you look at body fat percentage. And 90% of women who were below the BMI cutoff were obese. So it's not a good predictor. He's extremely muscular. He does have enough body fat where if you just measured his body fat percentage, he'd probably still be in the obese range. But when you look at the mortality data for obese people, it's these people don't exercise.
Are up by 2.5-fold. This is a lot. My BMI, it's just under 30. And so my chance of dying, it's significantly lower. But if I were to take steroids, for example, copy the exact same cycle and gain 70 pounds, of course my risk of dying would go up.
It's said that steroids have about 2 times risk on all-cause mortality. So it's actually less healthy for me to be 335, 340 pounds than it is for me to take performance enhancements.
What is worse? Being fat. 2.5 people, you need to look.
Well, that wasn't a particularly unreasonable video, especially considering it was Greg. But we'll react to this video tomorrow with Sam Hyde. It looks kind of minty. And I'm going to get to bed. So we'll see if my mom's coming over tomorrow. If she isn't, then I'll consider my options. I was supposed to train back tomorrow. I might still do that. And then when my mom comes over, just train chest and shoulders and triceps. Normally I take a day off in between, but probably can handle it just fine. Half donated $2.
I haven't washed my hair in about a year. All I wanted to do.
I don't give a fuck about this. Not interesting. Thanks for the donation, Half. So, yeah, if my mom comes over tomorrow, then I'll probably still just train back. If she comes over Saturday, then I'll probably just do a upper body training session with her and stream later. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow regardless, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.